Morning. This is a Zoom meeting number 72, I think. Let me find out where everybody is so I can let you in. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Trying to see where Mike is so we could make him a co-host.
Yes.
We have a lot of people. Yay, Leslie. I see Leslie.
Recording in progress.
Hey, Leslie, are you going to be able to stay the whole time? Or are you going some others, Mike? Somebody's child is talking. Is that yours, Emmeline? Do you want to maybe mute it? Please.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello. We got 54 people so far already, so we're gonna have a record number, I bet.
Good morning, Doc.
Good morning, Mike. I'm trying to see if can you assist Mike, or are you going somewhere?
We're going somewhere po.
Okay, so Giselle, can I make you one? Can I make you the assistant, please?
Yes, Doc.
All right, I'll do that for you because let me find it. I saw you and then it went away. Hang on. Oh, there you are. And
Okay, Doc.
okay.
Good evening, everyone. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning. I see everyone. Very pretty faces. I know it's late there. It's only, I just woke up. So today is April the 20th. And
Good morning,
oh my goodness,
po.
we already have 55 people. So I know this is going to break the number that we've always had. So it's nice to meet everybody. I know I had a lot of applications that I received. And I'm hoping that a bunch of you that are interested in the interview are here. I have invited a principal to possibly come to show up. I don't know what time, if she is coming, because she is going to make a list. And with my help, we're going to interview. I'm going to be at their school Monday. So I think the plan is to interview about 8 o'clock her time, our time here. So about 9 o'clock your time there, and that's a Monday night. So hopefully you all stay up that late. I stay up till 2 o'clock in the morning, so that's not a problem with me. But yeah, we have 67 people already, so really great. It look like we have a lot of people that I do not recognize. I mean, I recognize your names because of your application that you sent me. And but you got some really pretty names. Mila's here, Kelly James, Nancy. Nancy, do you say Oralio?
Wait, Aurelio, ma'am.
Aurelio, yeah, that's nice.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am.
Cheryl, Angelica, Sherlyn, Giselle, look for Stacy Mitchell. That is the principal, and also my friend Sherlyn. If you see Sherlyn, she's gonna guest here if she has time, she said. Glory Face here, Memphis Bunch, I see you guys. Anne Marie Cornero. Is that Correro? Cheeto, MJ Grab, Joanne, De Los Reyes. Nice to meet you guys. Rowena, Charlotte.
Hi, good morning, Doc.
Good morning. I'm still, West Memphis Bunch. I've been sending, I feel like they're stalker now for the LCA because I have been sending them like emails pretty much every other day. So I don't have any idea what's going on. Anyway, Rosalind Arcio, Jay Lee, Miss Martin, nice to see you.
Good morning, Doc.
Good morning, Jenilyn, Jennifer Gonzalez, and Jing. I've got a lot of, so I got Jing and I got Leslie, so Mike, those are the ones that Jing and Leslie and Mike, I hope you do talk today.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Actually, yeah. Jing and I are in the same car.
Where are you going? I'm so jealous.
We have like the boys, have a basketball tournament today at Memphis. So Sir Mike and the rest of the boys are going to Memphis right now, but we're gonna stay in the Zoom meeting.
Good luck. Hey, good luck. Good luck, okay? Win.
Doc, I'm with Ma'am Eva.
There she
Ma'am
is.
Eva Quezon and husband.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm so
Good morning, everyone. Thank you.
We have lots of guest speakers today. Yeah, you all that already are here, I hope that you do everyone and tell them about, kind of encourage them, but at the same time, share with them some of the things that they might encounter that might be a test, but I guess that you have to tell them the good, bad, and ugly, I guess. Anyway, Lizel, Antonio,
yes,
and Dave, and Olivia.
Hello, morning.
Jalu, and Marvel.
Hi.
And Cesar, looks like Grace Alcantara.
Hi, Doc.
Nah.
Hi, Doc.
Hello, Joanne, Edlin. And is that C? Miss C, is that you? Oh, Joanne is here. Yay, Joanne. I already asked Giselle to be my assistant, but anyway, Emmeline, Daisy, Nancy.
Morning, good evening.
Yeah, Mary Antar.
Good evening, Doc.
Jubilin Reyes. Princess.
Yes, Doc. Good morning.
Okay, Jade and Eileen. Is that Eileen? I am beautiful. I just need my glasses because I am over squinting. Okay, Myla. Okay, there's C. Camille. And okay, there's Jing again.
Good morning po.
Hello, Mariflor, Melanie, Lagari, Jade, Tycho. Golly, what's the number right now? 82, guys, 82. Wow, that is a lot. Hey, for everyone, we get long-winded here, especially if there's a lot of people. So I know it's late in the Philippines. So if you feel like you're so sleepy, it wouldn't hurt my feelings if you leave because you need to get your rest because I will be sending the link to the recording. This will be posted on Facebook. So if you do not want to be recorded right now, if you don't give me permission to record, you may want to leave because this will be recorded. This is what we do. This is our 72nd Zoom. So we actually, it's very helpful to folks because they will review it. It's helpful to principals because I tell them to go and look at the recording and tell me some names that you like. So this is something that you may want to take seriously because somebody will be looking at your names or how you talk or whatever here. And that could be something really like an interview that you did indirectly because some folks will be looking at this. 86 people so far. Alvin, Lorraine, and what's that? Glasses again because I can see. Okay, Real Me. Real Me, is that your name? Mary Jane, Jocelyn, Giselle, Payungayo. That's a cute name. Joel and Merlin.
Hello, Doc. Good evening.
And Jennifer, never what chances?
Hi, Doc. Good morning, Doc.
But find your
strength. Good morning.
One who never changes. Got it. Jennifer never, you got it. But you know what? People change though, as long as it's for the better. John Jefferson, yay. Nice to see you, Monica. Maria Lovely, yay. Jacqueline Estendarde, Maxell, Elizabeth. Would I say minor or minor? I figured minor, maybe. Philippine.
Yes, ma'am, minor.
Minor, okay. Micah.
Good morning.
Morning. Daisy Jane Bayadog. Patrice. Do you say Patrice Patawaran? That's a cute name, Patawaran. You forgive.
Yes, Doc. Good morning.
Okay, good morning. Daisy Jane Bayadog. I like the combination. Emerita Conde Robirosa. Lovely Pearl. Oh, love the middle name.
Yes.
Rabin, Dory.
Recording in progress.
Yeah, Pauline. Yeah, Kathleen. Gosh, that 92 people already. We might meet Dory. 100.
In progress.
Diane, Norlene. Okay. If I did not say your name, that doesn't mean I don't like you. It just means that it had I do not remember who I said already. Romel Santiago, Clifton. Do you say Clifton? Clifton. How do you pronounce your name, Clifton?
Yeah, Clifton.
Okay, yeah, okay. Ricane,
Yeah.
Lena. All right, we have 91. Maybe we'll break the 100. But I have now more than 500 on my list. So how it works is, for those that are new, let me introduce myself. I'm Marlena McCullough. I am actually, I guess, Filipino-American person. I came here in the US when I was 19 years old, married my husband. So I've been married to my husband 37 years. And I was a pre-law student from University of San Jose Recoletas, which is USJR, in 1987. I had 2.5 years when I came here. But then when I arrived in the US, I said, what am I doing? Why am I going to go into law in a place where I don't even know anything the law? So I decided I switched to education, which was really my first love, because I always taught the kids in the community, was always the leader in the youth group. So I decided to do that. And I'm so glad I did, because I went ahead and got my bachelor's, my master's, my specialist, and then my doctorate from Arkansas State University in Jonesboro, which is close to Memphis, about an hour from Memphis, Tennessee. So my last graduation was 2010. I was a professional student, my husband would call me. But anyway, so from that, I played a role as classroom teacher. I taught all the grades from all the grades except.
Okay, so good evening, everyone. I would like to present Talent Bridge Consulting and Career Services.
I taught what is the deal with that? Somebody talking at the same time.
Sir John.
Okay.
I think you have to mute yourself.
Can everybody mute yours, because so it will kind of replace the speaker. But anyway, Arthur, by the way, I see Art. Anyway, so I also teach, well, I've not been lately. I also teach for Arkansas State University, my alma mater, and I teach the graduate level, master's and specialist. But because I am now involved in this, I served as an assistant principal, curriculum director, like ESL coordinator, all of those roles. I did in 2016. I retired. I retired from the Arkansas Department of Education from Little Rock, and I decided to do. I'm so glad, because I ended up doing finding out that there is a shortage of. So I decided to do a consulting company where I would actually help Filipinos here, and then I don't have the Philippines, but I do schools when they need to come and observe the teachers and help the teachers and give feedback and so on. So it doesn't cost you anything. But I do advise you. I do like an individual Zoom meeting if you have to, in order to practice your interview, especially if it's the first time. But in this setting, what we're doing right now, what we're doing right now is actually a setup. When I teach you, especially if this is your first time, that's kind of your orientation, and you're gonna tell yourself for 2 minutes, an elevator speech. My name is, spelling name, and then what should you be, the number of experience you have, the grades you have taught, and your teaching philosophy. What do you believe about teaching? And then why do you want to come to the US? Okay, so those are the things that I want you to say. Please do not tell me about if you're married, how many kids you have, and so on. Those are actually things you should not even put in your resume. I say that because they don't do that here in the US. Plus, you don't want to create a bias. A bias to someone. Like, it could be your age. They might think, well, this person is already in her 50s. This person is already in their 60s. You don't want them to have that bias, because people are biased, and so you do not want to give them that weapon against you. Okay, so some schools may want older, some schools may want younger. Some schools are biased against some older ones, especially if you have not been updated with your technology knowledge. So if you are 40 and over, you may want to follow it by, although I have been in education for more than 20 years, I have gotten myself updated with all the technology, the new technologies or emerging technology that have come up. For example, I am I know about Google Suites, from Google Form to Google, Docs and Google, anything Google. I know that, especially Google Classroom. So you can kind of say that, because some people, especially if you say, I have 2079, don't even say the exact one, just say 20 plus, in the interview. And so, and for the younger ones, sometimes the other older administrators here might also want, also question the younger one. What do they know? Do you you had enough experience, and so on. To come to America, there are two different visas: J1 visa or a H1B visa. Most schools will not do the H1B visa. The schools that I've worked with have agreed to do H1B visa because I have agreed to help them do it. They're afraid of the paperwork. And J1 visa is like a teacher exchange visa, and that's only up to 5 years. H1B visa is a better visa because, for one thing, the school pays for everything. Okay, the J1, you can either pay yourself or pay the organization pays, or you share. But the H1B visa is a path to green card. So before you're 6 years over, then they could change. They could sponsor you for your green card, and you get your green card. You can stay here, and after 5 years, 5 years over, you can take your citizenship test, and you'll be here forever. So H1B is the best visa, but do not expect schools to give it to you immediately. A lot of times they will try you for J1 and then eventually would sponsor you for H1B. I'm working with West Memphis right now, and they have hired like 13 Filipino teachers, and I think most of them are here tonight. And so they are a lot of people coming. I have brought in more than 100 already here to the US, but I think more than half are in Arkansas. And I'm kind of biased to Arkansas because I go there. I have a contract with some schools to do every week. So I actually see, especially Brinkley, actually see them every week. So that their school had signed a contract with me that I go every week for the whole year. And so then when I'm in the area, I'll go ahead and visit other schools. So it's kind of nice to see everyone. Leslie, for example, would always cook me some chicken soup. That's my favorite. So I eat a lot in their house, and Jing is a good cook. And anyway, so that's all my introduction, long one, but yours 2 minutes because there's a lot of us, okay? I just want you all to know who I am, that I'm a very simple person. I like simplicity. I don't like fixed mindset. I love growth mindset. I want positive folks. No Karen, no Marites. Here in the US, we call them negative Nancy. So none of those. So try to be positive. Don't badmouth your school. Don't badmouth the Philippines. You are here maybe because you want to grow, but that doesn't mean you're going to put something down. Okay? I'm allergic to that. Okay. That being said, I would like for Leslie to start. And if you don't mind,
yes,
to call the others that are here that could follow up, and you can
ma'am.
Topic that you want, Les. Like this is the end of the year, kind of more of reflect of, well, what are you learning? What are the things that you wish somebody told you, or anything like that, or good news, whatever. Okay.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, because I've been meaning to ask you that if I could go first, because we're heading to a basketball tournament. But anyways, I'm so glad to be here today. I'm glad that I get to spend my Saturday morning with you and with everybody here. Well, I have learned so much this year. I mean, not just from my coworkers, from my friends, my Filipino teacher friends, especially from you. I mean, from the very beginning, I was hesitant, of coming in here, because it wasn't really my dream. It was my sister Girlie who really pushed me to pursue, teaching in the US. But I'm glad that I pursued that dream. I mean, I really did it, because it really made a change in my life, and especially it made a big change when it comes to my family, because my family was able to come in here. My husband's in here right now. My daughter is with me, and my husband's working in the same school that I'm working. So it's really wonderful, and it made our life really comfortable, and it's all thanks to you, Dr. Merlina. I'm super grateful. I mean, I looked at the numbers of our Zoom participants today, and there are 98 participants. When I first started, there were only like 4 of us in the platform. And it's amazing how this platform grew from just 4 persons to 98 persons attending. So I'm really, really grateful. So I have learned that if you are teaching in a foreign land, you have to have humility. That's the first thing that you have to have. Ask for help. It's not bad to ask for help and be humble. Do not be afraid to say that you don't know a lot of things, because that's the first thing that I told. I think I was like talking to you. I was calling you because I did not know what to do, and so you helped me get through everything that I need to. I'm just so grateful. Also, there are somebody who is okay here. All right, somebody's talking. All right. But yeah, that's what I've learned. I've learned to be humble. I've learned that it's not really a bad thing to ask for help. And also, I would like to share, because I am a special education teacher, and this time of the year is the busiest time for special education teachers, because we have to do annual reviews. So we have to basically come up with an IEP for every student in our class, for every student in our class. And so annual review is something that's really new to me. I mean, I got to do it last year when I was in the high school, but it's not the same as what we were doing last year. I mean, we have a very new, shall we say, platform that we have to learn for our paperwork. And it was so stressful for me. But I got to work with my special education supervisors, and I was not really ashamed of like telling her that I did not know anything about the paperwork. I am not sure as to how to do the conferences with the parents, and she literally walked me through everything that I need to learn about paperwork, and even showed me how to do conferences. So yeah, I think that's the best thing that you have to learn, especially if you're coming to the US. It doesn't mean that you have to empty your cup, just take a little bit out of it and then learn something from everybody in here. Yep. And also just be grateful. Be grateful. I think that's the most important thing. Also, be grateful of everything that you have. Be grateful to everybody that has helped you in maybe a little or what big help. Be grateful all the time. I think that's the one thing that I want to say to everybody. I mean, being grateful will take you a long way. I mean, will take you far.
Thank you, Les.
I think that's all.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
If you have an avatar for gratefulness, that would be Leslie right there. A more grateful person. Whatever little thing that you do for Leslie, she's over there thanking you and being so, feeling blessed. And I think that's a very good attitude, very good positive thing.
Yes.
Being humble and being, I practicing servant leadership like Jesus, yes. washing Magdalene's feet and so on. That's kind of how I believe. I believe that we are here to serve. When I was administrator, when somebody would throw up, and I would just grab something and clean it up, and they said, don't do that because and I said, what, this is a team. There's no I in team. So I'm over here. I'm already here. So I go clean it up. Oh, we have to call the janitor. You go, no, I'm here. Let me clean it up. And so anyway, so they're just like, and I think that goes a long, long way when you are not.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, because
definitely.
It's all about the kids. It's not about you. It's about the kids. And Leslie, has it in the right place. Her heart is always in the right place. So Les, can you call somebody that's in your car real quick?
Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna call Jing next, but can I just say thank you to you, because there are 100 participants in here, and I just want them to know that I am here in the US, and that's because of Dr. Merlin. when I first started, I didn't know what to say. I didn't know how to answer the questions. She was asking me some questions and I was tongue-tied. Like, what should be my answer? I didn't know what to say. There were only 4 of us, but I was so nervous. So it is because of her. I attended her Zoom meetings since day one. And, you know, I had a mock interview with Dr. Merlina, and you know, that's why I've come this far. It's because of her. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you again. She really was a very good speaker already.
No,
I just built on that, Leslie. But thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right.
Yes, ma'am. So I'm gonna call Jing because Jing is with me right now.
Okay, go ahead and do about 2 minutes, Jing, so we can give the others, because we have 4 people already on the list that I'm going to call after
Hi,
our
everyone. Good evening to you guys there. So we're heading to University of Memphis for the basketball league. I'm with my husband right now and my son. The other 2 kids was in Anna's car. So I've been teaching for 12 years here in
Oh no, we may have some issues. We have issues with the service because you're traveling. I figured Memphis would have a good service there. But,
can you hear me, ma'am? I can give my phone to Jing so she can, talk to everybody.
Yeah.
Oh.
Jing teaches social studies in high school. They live about 4 hours away from me. Okay, Jing.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Wala pa din less, no?
Yeah, Jing is
okay.
Tagalog.
Sorry about that. I think there's a problem with the internet connection. Okay. Oh yes, I was surprised to see 100 participants because when Dr. and when I joined it, I think they only got 10 participants and now you got 100. Congratulations, Ma'am Ellen.
Thank you. Yeah, they call me Ellen is my nickname. So a lot of the folks that know me really well, they call me Mom Ellen. Because I usually say, well, call me doctor when I'm presenting, but a lot of times I just want to be called Merlina or Mom Ellen, and that's how I know you already know me really well, because you start calling me, Merlina or Mom Ellen. So Miss Merlina.
Yes, ma'am.
And anyway, okay, Jing, yes, so you have a last message, Jing. Do you have a good luck on the game, by the way? Tell your men, okay? I know the women.
Yes, ma'am.
Today. Hey, good luck. You need to beat them. Go fighting.
Yes. So I'm currently teaching social studies subject here in Central High School. So Mom Ellen is a big help to everybody, especially to new teachers. I remember when she started observing our classes, she's giving us advice and strategies on how can we improve our teachings strategies to our kids, which is very helpful for our for me, especially for me that has different teaching strategies. So for the aspiring teachers who wants to teach here in the United States, I should advise you to learn to unlearn things, because there are, even though you have a doctorate degree, master's degree, when you stick to what you learn in the Philippines and you don't want to unlearn things, it will be very hard for you to adopt to the environment.
Can you give an example? Can you give an example, Jing, please?
Yes, ma'am. Especially the behavioral system here. I mean, the classroom management here in the US is very different. Really, way more different in the Philippines.
Harder.
So in the Philippines, yes, ma'am. In the Philippines, you just to their eyes, and the kids will be, they will act normally or act nicely when you just stare at them. But here, you cannot stare at the kids. You cannot look at their eyes. They will feel intimidated and insecure when you look at them, because I remember, first month teaching here, I just cannot be, because I'm used to discipline my students in the Philippines that way, like looking at their eyes, they will suddenly
you give them the evil.
Yes, ma'am. But when I did that in my class, the student was like, "What are you looking?" They asked me like that. Why are you staring at me? So it's not effective. I unlearned that way. I unlearned that strategies, which is not appropriate for them to stare at them like that. So
no evil eye, guys. No evil eye.
yes, ma'am. So in the Philippines, it's very common. They know what I'm saying. So those are some things that we need to unlearn and be open to new things to learn, because it's really different. The classroom management here, you need to have a lot of patience to teach in the classroom, because the kids are really different.
Very different.
Really different.
Yeah.
If you think that you have a worst class if you think you have a worst class in the Philippines, that worst class will be, you can compare, it's way more different. So the strategies that Mom then is sharing to you need to take it into your heart and mind, because those strategies are really effective. Because I remember when Miss Ellen told me that when she's observing me, like giving me this feedback, and then the other day, the feedback that she gave me, I implemented it. I introduced it to my class, and it's really effective, really effective. So I'm very thankful and grateful, Ma'am Ellen, for all the help. I really miss you in my class, ma'am.
Oh, I know,
hope
me
that
too. Me too.
you can be back to our school and
did not have consultants. Yeah. Did not have consultant this year, so I was not able to come back, but I still go see them, on my own time. But Jing, I have to praise you, Jing, because you're one of those that are, very open-minded. Like, I could give you a suggestion. It's always for me or not, whatever, you can do it or not. But you've always been so good at responding, like, debates and putting people in groups and having them to talk and having them to have discourse. Those are really important skills that students, especially in social studies, need to do. And making social studies come alive, and you do a very good job of that, and you do visuals and a lot of PowerPoint, and a lot of you change it up, which is good, because American kids are very different than the Filipino kids. The American kids are very independent. They're very, they want to think on their own. They want to say that I'm more mature than others, kind of thing. They are they just very independent, and that's how we're raising them. I have 2 kids, 35 and 25 now. And I have raised them that way. That if you don't like something, I want you to express yourself. I want you to tell me. You cannot use a rude word or rude behavior, but please question. It's okay to question. You just need to be open-minded as an adult. In our culture, if we get questioned by kids, it's kind of like rude. No, it's not here in America. We actually encourage kids to do critical thinking, to question things, and it's okay to be questioned. And I always tell my students and my own kids that just don't do it rudely, because I will never respond positively to a rude behavior. I'm going to try to correct it. Okay, and I think Jing has really improved on her discipline.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, your discipline, Jing, has really improved, since I saw you week 1. Yeah, you're really very firm, very consistent, and the kids love her class. Just like Leslie's class, that's a favorite. They just want to stay there. They just want to love her. The kids are so sweet. But anyway, so thank you both of you for being such awesome teachers. Huh?
You're a big help to everybody, ma'am. Thank you.
You always want to give it back, but no, it's really you guys. You're the ones in the field. I will never take that credit away from you. But anyway, so anybody else there in the car that want to talk? Or Eva? Is Eva there with you guys?
Yes, Doc. Actually, I'm going to introduce her. She's one of the humble persons here also in Arkansas. One of her achievements is to one of her achievement was she improved the literacy of West Helena School District. Yeah, I'm proudly to present to you, Ma'am Eva Kisa.
Eva, I'm very proud of you, Eva.
Oh, thank you, Ma'am. But I'm so humbled with the introductions. I was not prepared for it, but okay, my humility ends with acceptance too, so thank you.
In a quarter mile, turn right.
Morning, everyone. Good evening, teachers from the Philippines. Again, I am also part of Dr. Merlina's crew. I'm not actually ready for this. I just joined. I'm with Sir Mike. So I'm teaching ELA in Central High School. A little background about me. I don't know if some of you know about Sisters of Mary, so that's what
You're competing with Mr. Mike over there who's talking over you.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Okay. We're that competitive.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, you know what? So just a little background.
The destination is
my first
ahead.
employment before coming here to the Philippines, is the environment was very different from what I am currently experiencing right now here in the U.S. I was teaching all-girls school in the Philippines for 4 years, sectarian. So I think you can imagine the behavior, the discipline that the students had. That the students had with the nuns, so they were very disciplined, all girls. I think some of you are familiar with Sisters of Mary.
400 feet, turn right.
Teaching there for 4 years, and then the decision was made to come here to the U.S. And after that 4 years of experience teaching sectarian disciplined kids, I am teaching now with students who are very lively, very energetic, and who just actually needs attention and connection with you. So it was a bit of a challenge because I was teaching all girls, and then now boys and girls who are actually way bigger and taller than I am. So I don't know if it's general, but what's common is most of our students are bigger, taller than us. So anyway, it's also a challenge for you to be seen in the classroom. Like I will have like 27 kids in the classroom, so you need to be seen in the classroom. You need your presence to be recognized there. So you have to establish. Actually, the kids here just need connection. That's all they need. If you get the connection, if you are able to build a rapport with them, so challenges will still go as school year progresses, but then it would be a lot easier if you have connection with the kids. So I was. In the Philippines, my strategies of disciplining the students, most of them didn't actually are not effective here in the U.S. because I had the sisters to help me in where I was teaching before, Sisters of Mary. Right now, you have to, although we have some support as well, we have the security people, we have the administration to do that, to support you and everything. But when you're in the classroom, it's you and the kids. And then those people that I mentioned, they also have other teachers that they need to support too. So basically, first, so this is actually what happened on my first day here. After 3 days, I was asked to report to the school, and then I was given the resources. In the afternoon, I was given the resources, my schedule, and then they were expecting me to report to school, start teaching the next day. And the next day, I had visitors in my class. I had state visitor from a class, the principal, and then there were 4 of them, and I just started that day to teach. I only had like few hours of sleep, and then I was still battling with jet lag and everything. So yeah, it was a bit of a challenge. They came in my classroom second period, and so what I did was introduce the Philippines first, build rapport, introduce myself, and let my students get to know me. So basically, on that day, while I was struggling,
we're losing you. Okay, if we lose them because they're already in another location.
Now is that it's actually very important to build connection with your kids, and it's not like you can build connection right now. You have to rebuild connection along the way, because at some point in the school year that connection will be lost because there will be struggles, there will be challenges. So just constantly building, and it would be exhausting sometime. But when kids actually approach you and say thank you, and then just meet you along the hallway and then shout your name, say Miss Q and everything, that it is kind of fulfilling. And then although at the end of the day, sometimes you would like to scream, I could not do it, Lord, anymore. I could not do it. I want to go home and everything. And then there are also kids who will actually warm your hearts. There are also kids who will challenge your heart. And there are also kids that who will let you question your choices. But the thing is, we have to strive. So thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mom.
I appreciate Eva. You know, Eva is the most calm person. I will observe her in her classroom and nothing seemed to face her like, oh, I got this. You know, she just doesn't show that these kids that are way taller than her because they are in, you know, in the high school. And but she's very calm. I'm very impressed with Eva that she has really grown. All of them have grown. In that school, there are 15 of them. 15 of my crew. So there are a bunch of them in high school, so they get to see each other. And so when I got to see them, so I saw I saw how much they have grown. You know, Eva, I think what works for her in her classroom, she's very consistent. She's her classroom management is you know, she's got her rules established. She got her routines established, and the kids know her expectations, and she sticks with that. And she disciplined the kids with dignity, with love. It's not like she never embarrasses students, especially in the high school. You should never do that, because anytime that you try to have this confrontation with students, teachers, we're going to lose, okay? Because we're going to lose face, because they're going to make sure that you look bad in front of their peers. So what I do, you know, what she does is this, you know, let them, when you stay behind and, or, you know, after everybody leaves, I want to talk to you. Or sometimes I might give, you might give independent work to students, and then you step out real quick by that door. Most of their doors have like a little glass where you can still peek while you're talking to the student, and tell them what you're not happy about. But you don't have to let the others hear you, because you don't want to ever embarrass them. Okay, that's something.
Right. Also, Ma'am Merlina, I would like to point out that it's really important to show respect and validate the efforts of your other teachers too, just like what you did before when you came observe my class, and then you told me which things I did well, things I might need to grow. That's actually very good. And it's also important that in your district, if you have other Filipino teachers there, to also appreciate and validate their efforts, because after all, your moral support will go a long way. It did to me, and it will always go to me. It will support me throughout. And then so it's also important that we appreciate our fellow teachers, especially Filipinos, or homesick at the same time. Thank you.
Awesome job. Yeah, and she got married after that, you know, all this. So she's really wonderful husband.
Yeah, with all the support that I got married.
She got another support right there at home. But I think that you said it right. You said it well, that having that support just inside the building and also outside the building. They do a lot of, you know, going out like that, like they're doing with the basketball. And Mike is one of the leaders there. And then they would do sessions. Sometimes they would drink or whatever, and then just get your stresses out and share it. You know, and I think that's good, because then you get it out of your chest. And I think how they're doing it in Helena community. And Helena is like one of the, if not the poorest in the whole state. There's about close to 300 school districts, and I think Helena would be right up there to one of the poorest district. Very, very lots of poverty. And the population is mostly Black, not because of the poverty, but because of the poverty is when you have problems, not because of the race. It's never the race, okay? You have some whites there, you have some Hispanic too, but if you see something that misbehavior, don't ever say it's the race, because it never is. It's usually because of poverty. You know, they may have parents that are working 2 or 3 jobs, and they are left alone, so they really did not have much guidance growing up. A lot of these kids are latchkey kids, which means that they come home, you know, from the bus, and they come home alone, and they don't even see their parents until, you know, like late, maybe to say goodnight to them. And some of them don't, because they go to another job. So you have to kind of have that sympathy, empathy, because of how hard their lives had been. So if you have that in your heart, you know how poor we are in the Philippines, where they are that, well, they're poor here, is still kind of rich for us, but still it's rough. you know, they have a rough life. Some of them were you know, like abused, you know, not just physically, but, you know, emotionally and other ways. So some of them may be taken away from home and be put in as a ward of state and put somewhere else because of their behavior. And the beauty of it is in America is every district, usually every building or every district has a police officer that's the SRO, school resource officer. So they have an SRO that, so you can see their police car parked right there outside. It kind of already intimidates folks, but it's so nice because if there's somebody that fights, you know, they call them immediately and they would break it off. And some of them may have to be taken to jail, you know, to be questioned if it's really bad. So, and their parents, of course, will get called. So you have that. SRO is really a great help. I think Eva mentioned that. And you have very supportive administrators. You know, sometimes you might not know their support, especially if they're new, they don't know you yet. But a lot of times, especially if I'm working with your district, I talk to them, you know, they would show me video of your classrooms, you know, because if I visit, like, for example, that Wednesday, they might show me some videos from Monday and Tuesday, you know, to see patterns. For example, a teacher is having problems with discipline. Okay, show me some things that are going on and so on. And we talk about it. I mean, there's nothing that's a secret. All my feedback is shared with the teacher. All my feedback is shared with the principal as well as the superintendent. So everybody knows what's going on. Like, what are the strengths, what are the glows, and what are the growths, and what are my suggestions in order to improve something. And so I work with, I don't know, maybe 6 schools right now. I'm also working under another company, which, you know, like lately they got me 30 solid days with them. So I actually have to train 3 of my friends, and they kind of sub for me, but I still need to go at least once a month. Like Brinkley, I'll be going there this week. But for 3 weeks in a row, I had a sub there. But anyway, you will learn a lot. And as you can see, we have some really, really humble teachers that are here. Mike is a really active person in the community. He's always like more of a leader, like my right hand here. And so anyway, while I'm talking about that, let me talk to Art. Art is from Florida. He's also one of our crew here. But Art, thank you so much for always attending, and you have also recommended a few folks to me. So thank you. Will you talk to them about what's going on in Florida? Art, some learning that you have or some things you want to share? Arthur Salem. That's funny that his last name is the town where I live, Salem. Art, you're still here?
Doc Merlina, I don't see him in the participant list.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Maybe he left. Oh, okay. So he had stepped out. For those that are new that I want to talk to you, this is the order that Giselle had, and Cesar and Monica and then Arnell. Please turn on your camera, especially if this is orientation. I always want your camera. And I will give you a little comment, especially if I look at the background and I look at, you know, I will listen to what you say, and I will give suggestions so that you can improve it, you know, whenever you are interviewed, because the first question in the interview is, tell us about yourself. Okay. And so this is a practice where I could actually comment on it. Please don't get your feelings hurt, because I'm never mean. It's always for you to improve, not to insult you ever. Okay, coming from a good heart. Okay.
Hello, Doc.
Tell.
I'm sorry to interrupt you for a while.
No
I guess we had a problem. There are still others who cannot enter. We're already full.
Oh, I thought I had a limit of 1,000. Is there a limit of 100?
It's only
Ma'am Merlina,
Yeah.
Doc Merlina, we will just leave the platform so you know, the rest can come in.
Okay, well, that'll be fine, because
Yes, ma'am.
you can see the recording of this on Facebook.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, and have a great day, everyone.
Thoughtful. See that thoughtfulness, Leslie. Leslie always has that. Thank you, Jing.
Thank you,
Eva. Okay. And yeah, that would help 4 people to come in. I did not know there was such limit, because we never reached that before. So I will check with
Doc Merlina, excuse me. So far, you only have 4 in your list, but then the newest one is 25, and then I still have 15 more in my list. So all in all, we have 40.
Okay, so I need to get
introduction.
to guide me on that. I have the first 4. So
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Joanne, for helping. Joanne is my other one that always helps me too. So, okay, let's start with Jocelyn.
Hello, good morning. Good morning, Doc, and thank you. I am blessed to be part of this group. And here, I am teacher Jocelyn Bumanghat, a public servant here in Camphor Elementary School. And by the grace of God, I am a master teacher here. And currently, I am teaching 6th grade. I'm teaching all the subjects in the elementary level. And I am also experiences teaching from kindergarten, grade 1, 3, 4, and 5.
Oh,
and I specialize in the English language arts. And I'm very determined to teach in elementary level in US under the J1 exchange program. And further, I am motivated to learn and explore more of other cultures, especially there in US, and make differences in every learner through serving and giving quality education. And among my teaching philosophy is that as a dynamic and innovative educator, my goal is to create a learning environment that is conducive to active, engaged, and learner-centered process. And I strive to be evidence-based, that is to create safe space for learning and to make the teaching learning experiences fun and meaningful. And by the grace of God, I believe that I can make it through. And with your mentoring, ma'am, I am blessed because of your examples. I see the resume and the cover letter. And actually, I got the information from a Facebook group. And somebody wanted to have a sample of my resume and cover letter, which I adapted from you, and I shared after accomplishing it. And thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Why do you want to come to the US?
Come again, ma'am.
Why do you want to teach in the US?
I want to teach in the US for me to have more and explore the culture, and of course to also learn from my colleagues there in the future and to be mentored. Of course, I want also to share.
Very good. Very good. I like what you said. You know, it kind of shows me what kind of teacher you are, and I love that you smile a lot because it shows that you are a positive person. One little suggestion I might make is that the next time you talk to someone, I know we all have cheat sheet on the side. Try to put it in front of the screen, like in front of you, kind of glue it, or I'm not glue it. You know, tape it right there by your where your camera is. That way you're still looking at the camera, because if you're looking on the right like this, it's very obvious that you're not, you know, that it's not your own words. It's just like you keep borrowing from the words. So you need to put it by that camera, and that goes for everybody else. Okay, if the more that you put it right there in front of the camera, it looks like you are just looking at the camera. That's just a little trick. Okay, but your background is nice. I love your outfit, that it's white. It really shows. And little things that I would recommend, I would tell everyone that when you say US or Philippines, you say the US, the Philippines. Okay, put the word the. And then everybody, let's pronounce the word colleagues. Okay, colleagues, because in our country it's colleagues, it's colleagues. Okay,
Colleagues.
Yeah, colleagues, not co. Colleagues. Okay, so not a co, it's a co. Colleagues. And so
colleagues.
Yeah, colleagues. There you go. You got it. I heard it. And educator. Okay. I know some of our accent, and it's not because
educator,
just because of our culture. I've been in America 37 years, so I kind of have already adapted, I guess. But I hope that when I do correct, it's not to insult you ever. Okay, this is for everybody to learn. You say educator. Okay, we see colleagues. For math people, it's not angle, it's angles. That's something that people would mess up on. And when I observe you, I always put, let's pronounce this thing. I always say that. And it's not, you know, it's a good practice for both of us, you know. So just remember the US, the Philippines. And then when you say about the units, like the number of, you know, you don't say 30 units, they don't know that, they would say the word hours. If you have 30 hours instead of 30 units of something in 44 cents, you say hours, you know, HOURS. But anyway, do you have any other question for me? Because I think you were detailed on yours. You gave me your, you know, the area that you're teaching. ELA is your specialty, which is English Language Arts. Second grade is the only one that you have not taught, looks like. Elementary, you're motivated. You want them to be engaged. Those are really great things to say. Okay. And I love that when I ask you why you want to come to the US, you didn't say because you want more money. Okay. That's a given. We all want, but that's not a reason. You know, you said it well, that you wanted to learn, you want to explore, you want to, you know, while you are receiving, you're also giving. You're also going to be sharing with your students about our culture, and you're going to be learning from the students about the American culture. That's a really great answer. So great job, okay? And by the way, the pay in the Arkansas, and it's going to be close to the others, is about $50,000, which is about 3 million pesos for 9 months. And you start in August, usually August, or, you know, start in August, some of them July, but it's a 9-month contract. So you are off for about 3 months and you get 3 million pesos. But you have to remember too that you are also spending dollars, but that still should be able to save some money every month to, you know, to save for you and also to send to the Philippines. Or if you owe money, you should be able to pay, because it's about 8 to 10 times in the Philippines. So it's a pretty good motivation. Just don't mention it at the end there. You know, that's a given. That's a given that it's going to be better financially. Okay, last question before I go to the next person, which is Cesar. Any question for me? Did you feel like you did a good job on that? Did you feel that? Yeah, good.
To be your mentee.
Yeah, well, you did well. So keep it up, okay? Yeah, just be authentic. It's almost like you're visiting with me. When you know you are just visiting with a person interviewing you, you have done it well. Okay, you're just talking to me. No, don't be scared. You know, just pretend like, oh, I'm talking to my friend. That's all. You know, okay, and that means you relax, and you seem to be. So that's cool. All right, next, Cesar. Thank you.
You look like our pastor's wife.
Oh, that explains it. You're so good at like dealing with people, so that's awesome. That's gonna be a skill that will help you, okay, when you do your interview. So keep it up. Okay. All right, Cesar. Number 2.
Hello, everyone. Okay, hello, everyone. My name is Cesar Macabalan Sarmiento Jr., and I am elementary teacher with 7 years teaching experience. And I am currently teaching at the Sauyo Elementary School in Quezon City, Philippines as a 3rd grade level, third grade teacher, handling all subject areas because our curriculum is self-contained. So I graduated with a Bachelor of Elementary Education, major in General Education at the Surigao State College of Technology last March 29, 2017. And then I pursued Master of Arts in Education, major in Educational Management at the Pacific Intercontinental College in the Las Piñas, Philippines. So I love to teach, and I see myself as a resourceful and creative teacher. So I believe that all children have a unique and varied needs. So as a teacher, I meet my student individual needs through differentiation of learning activities. And I also teach by creating experiences, not just giving information. So I love when my students are engaged in the lesson. So I provide varied learning opportunities where they can work as a group and share ideas. So as a teacher, so I meet my student individual needs through differentiation of learning activities. I also teach by creating experiences, not just giving learning activities. So I also teach not just giving information. So because every child has the right to feel included, valued, and supportive in the learning process. So I strive to create a classroom environment that celebrates diversity, where the students feel safe to express themselves and the risk. So because inclusivity lays the foundation for a positive and collaborative learning community. So I think I am a team player. So I try my best to contribute my skills and also my resources for the benefit of my team and the school in the general. So I like to teach in the US simply because I would like to enhance and boost my my teaching career and also to adopt new ways of technique and strategies in the new way of teaching in the United States.
Sorry. I think you really did answer all my questions. Thank you, including why you want to come to the US. And I love that you said you want to enhance your strategies. And do remember, guys, that do all your strategies there in the Philippines, the strategies that you like for activities could work here. Okay, do not just start over. These are some things like your grouping strategies. You know, you mentioned something about you want your collaborative, your team player. Yes, you are that here. And working with others, very important. One of the things I look for when I'm thinking about people to recommend as how positive are you? How fluent are you in your English? And how are are you I guess more of a look for signs of being a positive growth mindset person. That means you are willing to grow, and your favorite word is yet. I'm not there yet, but I'm going to continue to grow. Those are some positive mindset that I'm looking for. And so because sometimes on the interview, the administrators would talk to me and they said, "Oh, Melina, I really like this teacher, but not very fluent. We need to work on being fluent because these kids are going to say, well, I failed the class because I could not understand the teacher." That's a big one here. Sometimes the teacher, if a kid does not know you, does not want you, does not like you, they would say things like, "Well, the accent is so thick, I could not understand it." They would say that. Some of them would say that. So it's very important for us to make sure that we are speaking clearly. We don't have to hurry, just speaking clearly. I've always been so guilty about speaking too fast. My doctorate professor used to say, "Marlena, you need to make every word count." And I'm like, it's hard for me because I talk too fast. So right now when I'm talking to you, I'm trying to even be very conscious that I need to make sure I don't talk too fast because it helps, and that's what you need to do when you interview. Okay, and try to do examples like you did. You did a lot of keywords, Cesar. That's good, but you need to do some examples in between. For example, you say something about learning activities. You want them to experience things, but I would have liked to hear what that looks like. For example, in my science class, we did an experiment on, whatever, or during my English class, we did a, role play, for example. And so you give an example. Don't just give me a list. Anytime that you are listy, that is weak because you have to pick about 3 things, for example, but good quality 3 things because you can actually prove some examples there. Because this administrators may give you 2 minutes. So that's the only 2 minutes that you have to show them what kind of teacher you are. But making a list is not going to be as effective as giving them an example of what are the things that you really are doing in your classroom. Okay, there my students did debates and my students were this. You can kind of really use your students and give them examples. Okay, that's a big one there. But let me see. You are looking very professional. That is so cool. And that is good. And let me see. I'm taking notes as you were doing it. By the way, I hope you all are taking notes. I actually have an ITSA notebook that I actually use it every time we meet so I can go back. If somebody would, if a principal would call me and say, "Hey, Marlena, I want to interview this person." So I look back in my notebook, said, "Oh, but what does this person say?" And so anyway, so you have a whole page here on my notebook. So you did well. I mean, I think that I could see that you can think on your feet, and that is a really good gift to have, especially that we are not, it took me about 1 year and a half to start thinking in English. So I came in 87. By 88, close to 89, I already dreamt in English. My husband said, because I always talk in my sleep. So I was talking English the whole time. And I remembered not translating anymore. Like I do not say, okay, maayong buntag or maganda, magandang umaga, back to English, back to whatever. I remember doing that when I first got here. But then later on, it just became automatic. So automaticity happens, fluency happens around a year and a half. Some of you may be faster, but I see that with our teachers. The second year that they are here, they're like natives, they're talking because, you're speaking your English every day. You're practicing with your students. So that really helps. And of course, I'm married to an American, so I practice at home every day. What I messed up is that I did not make my children know Filipino, so they're not bilingual, which I really, really, really regretted. So whenever you bring your kids here, by the way, you can, when you get approved, you can bring your family here. And a bunch of the folks would actually come first, and then they start saving money, and then they bring their family here. And some of them that cannot live without their husband, they go ahead and bring their husband and borrow money. But a lot of times you can get them paid within a month or two. Just have to be watchful of your money. Okay. Any questions, Isar? Question for me? Okay. Nothing? Monica, you're up next, Monica. Okay.
Can you hear me loud and clear? Hi, ma'am.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay. So good day, Dr. Marina. And good day, ma'am and sir. Thank you for this opportunity. By the way, my name is Miss Monica Burgado. I am holding master degree in education, major in food technology, and also Bachelor of Elementary Education, major in general education also. Throughout my career, I have gained different or valued experience in different teaching level. Like I've been 3 years teaching elementary as a math teacher and also a classroom advisor, and 7 years for senior high school teacher. Now I am currently teaching senior high school and handling subject entrepreneurship, and also have a part-time job which is under TESDA. So I am a trainer under food tourism sector.
Okay.
So my teaching philosophy is about, I believe as a teacher, building relationship with my students, and it's top of my priority. The teacher should also establish a positive inclusive learning environment. I will be more than happy to bring my diverse skill set and make meaningful impact in your school, ma'am.
Okay.
That's all.
Yeah. So you have a short and sweet introduction. I still
Thank you.
have to give a little example, okay? Even
okay.
One would work. Because we're going to be a little listing, okay? Anytime that you have a listing thing, it needs to be broken up with examples. But other than that, you seem to be very, very fluent. That's a good thing. And you said something about diversity, that I will bring diversity of diverse strategy.
A diversity skill set.
It's a good thing. But at the same time, you need to also say, I will, I'm hoping to gain, some
hoping to gain
skills. Okay. Yeah. Because you do not just really give, it's a give and take, right? And so you're not giving America what you know about Philippines, but you're also gaining something about America and learn as a Filipino, right? So that's usually a good thing to go back and forth like that, okay?
Okay.
And working for Tesla, is that a private thing? Like, is that a side gig for you?
My part-time job, ma'am.
Yeah, is that a side gig?
TESDA is giving national certificate like barista, bread and pastry, cookery, food and beverage services.
Okay. I do not know if you should mention that on your interview, just because it makes it sound like you're not focusing on teaching.
Oh, okay.
So I might want to, if they ask you about it, of course you can. But a lot of times in the US, you're not going to be allowed to do any side gig like that, side jobs like that, because especially if you're J1 J1, because if you're going to do a side job, they'd let you if it is in line with education, like a tutor. If you're going to be a tutor or something like that, you can make extra money like that. But okay.
Okay, ma'am.
I just don't want them to think that you're not focusing on your own degree, in your own job, because why do you have a side gig like that? I know it's done, but it's not very often here. Some of the teachers might get a job like in the summer when they're off, but a lot of times they do not get a job while they're teaching. Okay. I want you to come out like you're not focused on your kids, on your students. Okay. So I would just skip that if I were you. That would be a suggestion.
Okay.
You know, my favorite words are or not. It's your
Okay, noted.
it's your choice always. So do you have any question for me? I think your background, you kind of have the kitchen there. You may want to do like, you see what I'm doing? I'm doing a board.
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay.
I got it.
No, it's okay. It just doesn't look very professional when you have to like.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, plain, like a plain
Yeah.
is good. Yeah. If you can blur it, that would be even better.
Okay.
Because if I
Thank
did
you.
that fine, you can see my wall, you can see my mirror, all this. So
Yeah.
it's acting, but it's not too bad though. It's not like a big kamote, you know, big junk in the back. So
Sorry.
but for some reason, I always notice those things. But
Yeah.
you know, when you do your interview, make sure you dress up and you're
Thank
fine. And look like you're going to church. Really, it's what it is. And putting makeup on. You know, I tried to put lipstick on because I want to
Yeah.
what it's like, that you need to look like professional. You took the time
Okay.
ready and so on. Okay. So, but you did
Thank
awesome.
you.
Okay. So just keep it up. The
Thank
only
you so much.
test thing. That's the only thing
Thank you.
for you. Okay. All right. Next, number 4. Call for me. Giselle. Number 4 was Arnel.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Arnel, go ahead.
Hi, ma'am.
Hello.
My name is Arnel Navarro Mabingnay, a licensed professional elementary teacher. I was an elementary teacher of the Department of Education for 9 years, teaching almost all grade levels from kindergarten up to grade 6. But in my later years in the Department of Education in the public elementary school, I taught or I was handling grade 6 learners as an advisor, and I also served district ICT or information and communication technology coordinator, and also a teacher in charge. Currently, I am a full-time teacher or an associate professor of Samar State University, where my specialization is professional education. I am handling professional education courses or subjects like the child and adolescent learners and learning principles, technology for teaching and learning, the teacher and community, school culture, and organizational leadership. I was also handling courses or subjects like Foundation of Special and Inclusive Education and facilitating learner-centered teaching. I am very grateful, though I am already in a state university, because my students or college students are would-be teachers who are taking up elementary and secondary education programs. And I also serve as an evaluator during their teaching internship, doing their final teaching demonstration where I share my knowledge, experiences, the best instructional strategies or better instructional strategies. So with my diverse teaching experiences, I could say that I am already expert in the field of education, and I also conduct researches in the field of education to contribute something new to the field. Why I teach, why I would like to teach in USA, because I would like to teach, expand my horizon. I am into enriching learning experiences, be with the new group of people or different individuals with different perspectives and cultural backgrounds. And I would like also to learn the educational system of United States and eventually share it here to my fellow teachers in the Philippines. I am always passionate about seeing individuals learn and grow, and when I see them learn, change, or transform better or progressively, that is also considered my accomplishments. That's all, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, question. Are you still in the, you said you're teaching students, you said 6 years, 9 years, 6th grade. Does that mean
9 years.
Your side gig is being a professor? Like they call that adjunct here, adjunct professor. Are you an adjunct instructor then?
No, no,
in
ma'am. I am a full-fledged. I am a full-time associate professor, a teacher in a state university.
so you don't
Before, I was an
qualify.
elementary
Yeah.
teacher.
You don't qualify for my program anymore because you have to be K-12. You have to be teaching in the K-12 setting, kindergarten through 12th grade, in order to be in this program. So you obviously have your doctorate degree. Do you have your doctorate degree?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I feel
Yes,
that
ma'am. I am a graduate.
graduate. Okay. So what I would recommend for you is that you can actually apply for yourself. You don't even need a sponsor. If you have your doctorate degree, I can, and if you email me, I will give you the link to it. And you can actually do you can apply for yourself. And then all you have to do is get a job offer from a school, and then you're here. Okay, so it kind of makes it easier if you have your doctorate degree. But at the same time, if you are already in the university setting like you are, you don't qualify for the J1 because J1 program is for K-12 teachers.
Yes, ma'am. I thought, yeah, yes, ma'am. I
Because
thought I am qualified like for H1B visa.
Right, but they're not going to sponsor you for H1B unless they're university. So you need to apply in universities. You go to Indeed.com or LinkedIn or anything like that because you need to apply in universities. In universities, you're here in a month or 2 months, because the researchers, you are not part of the quota. You're actually going to be, if you are working with a university, there's no quota for them. It's open all year long. Okay, and so H1B is what the universities would use. So you don't need to apply in schools that are K-12 in high schools because you already are not in that setting. And in order for to be qualified for J1, you have to be teaching that current year. So for those who are not teaching this year, you're not going to qualify for that because you have to be actively teaching in the K-12 setting in order for you to qualify to come. Okay, so for example, if you are taking a break or whatever, you need to get a job, then apply, because that's one of the questions is, are you currently teaching in a K-12 setting? So just learning for you. Congratulations for all that you have done, and I think you'll do well with an interview in a university setting. So I wish you the best. I wish that you were in a K-12 setting because I would love to help you. But if you ever find a job in a K-12 setting, you contact me, okay? Because I have some schools that really want that, have a doctorate, have the person with a doctorate degree, they like that. So I think with a visa, it's always helpful to have at least a master's and above. If you only have bachelor's, there's a thing there that's called advanced degree. Advanced degree means that you have master's and above, and there is an exception for you if you have that helps you come here a little better, faster. Although according to the visa folks in the US immigration, they considered a bachelor's degree with 5 years full-time experience. They actually give you credit for having a master's degree. That's how they look at it. But I would still recommend that if you don't have your master's and you're still young, you may want to do a master's. Don't do it in your same field. Don't do it in another field. Like, for example, if you're math, you may want to do special ed, or you might want to do something else because you already have that math already, unless you just really want to be stronger in math. But when as administrator, I was a former administrator, I would look at it like, okay, this person is very flexible. I could put this person in math, or I could put this person in another area. So that actually would help, if you have two different things going instead of having, elementary all the way, masters and so on. Okay. And instead of getting masters again, like some of you have 2 or 3 masters, try to do the next one, specialist or doctorate, whatever it is, because to me, it's too parallel. But congratulations for all the education, all the hard work that you did, Arnell. Okay, so feel free to contact me and I might be able to help you in the university setting. I have a lot of friends in the university as well. But most of my contacts are actually K-12 administrators because I worked, when you say you work for the Department of Education here, you really do work for the Department of Education. That's why I retired. So I had to go to the capital, which is, for us there in the Philippines, Manila. I had to go to Little Rock, and I actually lived there in order to work for the Department of Education. There were 500 of us, and I was a trainer in the whole, I was a trainer of trainers. So we actually designed the PD, the professional development, and we also presented it to the trainers. And the trainers, there are 15 different co-ops here, places, and the trainers of these co-ops would train the teachers. So I train at the state level. And then that way I have a lot of contacts with administrators. They know my name, and I'm the only Filipina in the team, in the PD unit. And so, we would be on TV. Sometimes we would be televised. And when we go around, I'm the only one that's stuck out because I'm the only Asian there. And everybody else is white or black, African American or Caucasians. But diversity is always good. And by the way, when you talk about diversity, you should never only think of it as race, because diversity word just means different, right? So
Everything. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you're right. You know that. And so the diversity could be because of your religion. That's not diversity. A bunch of us are Catholic.
Interest.
Yeah, it could be the interest. It could be the family makeup. In America, we have a lot of single moms, single dads. So in our diversity could be the makeup of the family. We have a lot of still mom and dad situation in the Philippines, but here, because of, more than half of the 50% or more would end up in divorce. So a lot of times we have a lot of single moms, and single dads. So anyway, so those are things that you need to understand when you work here. So Arnel, don't be discouraged. I want you to continue to contact.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? All right. Thank you again for talking to me.
So, ma'am, excuse me for a while. So I will just be communicating with you if in case there are vacancies for a teaching position in university there.
Yes, if I would hear, sometimes it could be a high school administrator that would say, I want somebody to teach this particular course and had a doctorate level. And sometimes they'll just give you like
yes, ma'am,
provisional licensure, which is like you have 1 year to get your test taken in order for you to qualify. Sometimes they do that and they have to do extra paperwork. But so anyway, but yeah, just keep in touch with me and check with me once.
Yes, ma'am. I guess I am also qualified for a school administrator because I serve currently as a program chair or program head of the secondary education program. And also coordinator of student affairs and services.
Yeah. Well, the thing here, though, a lot of times you do not just come in from another country and become administrator. They actually grow their own, which means that they actually have teachers that they already are growing in order to take the place of an assistant principal or a principal. A lot of times they do not just hire as somebody from another country and become an administrator. A lot of times they would just get somebody that they already know. So if you want to do that, if that is a goal that you have as a teacher, you need to make sure you get to be close to that principal and get to know that person and volunteer. Do a lot of volunteering where they look at you as a teacher leader. And then eventually they'll ask you, hey, you have lots of potential for leadership, so are you interested in getting some more, education so that you can become an assistant principal here? A lot of times they don't become principal without going through being assistant. Okay, so a lot of time they want you to go through that, especially if it's a bigger school. They always want everybody to go through being an assistant principal until and then you earn that being the main principal. Same thing with superintendency. I know that because I teach principals and superintendents here. Okay, so next. Thank you, Arnel. Who's next?
Amazing.
Hello, Doc. I would like to introduce the next one, Doc. She is my classmate.
Okay, so classmate. Can you tell me the next 5 names, please?
I think the next is Emeline Daisy, Doc. Emeline Daisy. Let me see. Emeline Daisy Pamulagan. Is it?
I need the 5 names.
The 5 names. Where is it, Ma'am Joanne? Wait.
You need to tell me.
Then
I don't have to have the...
Jeneline.
Okay.
Yes, Doc. Jeneline Mitchore.
Okay.
Then Princess Peralta.
Princess, okay.
Myla Limpiada. And Nancy Aurelio, Doc.
One? Nancy?
Nancy, Doc.
Nancy, got it. Okay. All right. So who I need to talk to right now? Okay, number 5. Go ahead.
Hello, good day, Dr. Merlina.
Hello.
And good day to all the participants here. My name is Emmeline Daisy U. Pamalangan. I'm 39 years of age, and I'm a graduate of Bachelor of Elementary Education, major in mathematics. After in Cebu Normal University, I studied there. And after 1 to 2 years, I enrolled myself in special education, major in mental retardation. That's for my master's. I had 30 units there in Cebu Normal University, but now I graduated as a master's of education, major in supervision and administration. It's last 2015 in Cebu Technological University. Afterwards, when I had those studying, I already had a job. My first job was an ESL teacher for almost 4 months because I was absorbed as a teacher aide volunteer in the Department of Education. I had for almost over 3 years teaching teacher aide volunteer, like kindergarten for almost 3 years. And for that almost 3 years, I was hired as a regular permanent teacher in Department of Education in a public school, of course, of where I teach in San Roque Elementary School. I got there grade 1 for almost 3 years. And I think grade 4. I also teach grade 4 for a year and a grade 5 for a year. And now currently handling grade 6 students. So those are my career for over 13 years, I guess. So that's my service in the Department of Education. One of my teaching philosophy is I've always, in my classroom setting, I've always have this attitude of giving discussions through my students. But afterwards, I would love to have a teacher-to-student interaction, because in teacher-student interaction, I definitely confirmed all the students. Not all students, but some, because I've always asked my students right after my discussion. I've always asked my students about, do you understand my lessons for today, or should I have raise a hand for those who did not understand my lesson, so that we can go back and to teach again, so that they would have they could understand my lessons very well. And also, why I want to go to the US, firstly because it's for my family. The reasons behind is for my family. I want to provide them with a better future. And secondly, of course, although I am professional here in the Philippines, I want to grow more professionally. I want to learn more new things. And thirdly, it's a different country. So definitely my reasons behind why I want to go to the US is I really want to learn more things in teaching.
Okay, very good. Okay, Emmeline, you said a lot. You may want to condense Like, for example, you could say things like, my experiences in teaching included teaching grade 1, 2, whatever. You know, you need to say it that way instead of a bunch of sentences. Just say that in one sentence. That might help you too. It just makes it look like you're together. You know, you're very, you know, and also the body language, this is for you and everybody else. Do not do this. Do not cross.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
No, that's okay. I just want you to be aware of that. That if you're close, that means you're very close-minded. No new thing will come to me because I'm close. Okay. Don't ever do that, because that is a very big no.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Make sure you're open. Okay. You have that open, you know, body language. That's a big thing that I notice whenever I'm interviewing teachers. When I was an administrator, I look for body language. And so your body language, you were smiling and you were, you know, you I can tell you're very natural. You're very confident, you know. A thing that you might also want to improve is watch what you use instead of I. Say my student this, my student that. This, my students would learn from me. I would rather hear the word students than a bunch of I's. Because after all, remember, it's not about us, it's about the kids, okay? And I used to have a little game for myself, like, oh, how many times the teacher mentions students? You know, and a lot of times we don't, because we're so nervous about the interview and we're just talking to ourselves, right?
I am really nervous.
I don't know why. You should just visit with me. You know, people that know me, they know they don't have to be nervous. One teacher said, Dr. McCullough, you are the least intimidating administrator I have ever met. And that is a compliment to me, because I never want to come out like you know, like an intimidating person. I'm just a Filipino. You know, Bisaya pa kayo kay bawag yung Bisaya. Bisag 37 years na dire. Kasabot yung yapon ko. I still know, I still understand. My Tagalog is not very good, but but I still understand. And I have a cousin here named Fran here. She knows me, and she knows that I'm just a simple person. I do not ever want to, you know, make it sound like I'm higher than you. We are all here as okay, we are all here learning from each other. So that's one thing I want you to learn is your body language, okay? But
thank you.
Things looks like you have tried different ones, and that tells me that you must be an open-minded person that they could ask to change grades, because a lot of in America, it's World War III if you're going to change the grades. So for them to give different grades, that means they think that you can handle it, that you are open enough that you accept these new responsibilities, because changing years so many times, that's like, oh my gosh, somebody had trusted her, you know, to just and not get mad, because, you know, as administrators, we are careful about which teacher we want to change, because some of them are not going to change. They will get mad. You know, so obviously you're open to that, and that says a lot about you, okay? And then let me see, what else do I make a note on? Yeah, you said the word units. Make sure you say the word hours, okay?
Yes.
The hours. And you said yes, 13 years. Please do not guess your years. Please know the exact years that you have taught. When you said, I guess 13 years. I mean, you know, you'll have to know when you started. We'll need to do our math. But yeah, be very sure about how many years you have taught, okay? That's kind of made me laugh. But anyway, but I've never heard of it before. But anyhow, so that's all I put down here. And that it seems like you're open. Yeah, when the reason that you want to come here, you said the family to improve first. That's like about money, right? So I want you to switch it, okay? I want you to switch it. I want you to put the you learning part of it, and then okay, always put the money, okay? Because it's not all about the money. It's all about what we learn and what the students learn and what, you know, what you gain from it as a teacher, so you can impact your students, okay?
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Doc.
Yeah, no problem. I don't know why you're so nervous. I hope that you do relax whenever you get the actual.
Every time I have an interview questions like this, I always have a stage fright. You know, my heart's always pounding.
No, you have to give yourself a self-talk saying, I got this. Fight.
Okay.
You know, you need to kind of have that self-talk, because you know what? I remember in my 4th, 5th grade, I was in the Philippines, right? I was in a public school. By the way, you don't say Department of Ed, you work for Department of Ed. Everybody works for Department of Ed there. You need to say you work for a public school. That's what you need to say. because it's confusing, because people that here that work for the Department of Ed really do work for the Department of Ed like I did. I really had to go to the office of the Department of Education and work there. And that is not what's going on, right? You work for a public school. That's what you need to say, okay? But anyway, I remembered when I was 4th grade, 5th grade, I had to do a presentation. My knees were like trembling and I was like so nervous and my heart was pounding. And I did consider, I said, I have stage fright. And I was like, I was not bad. I was like the smartest kid in the class, but yet I was still very nervous. And I remember that. So I really do have a special, special empathy to those that have problems with that, because I experienced that. But you know what I started doing, because I would speak now, I would speak to 900, 1,000 people in a stage, So I would just like, okay, a bunch of coconut heads. You're not people anymore in my mind. You're coconut heads. Because otherwise, if I see their eyes, not coconut heads, then I would be so nervous again. And Mama told me that when you go to a place, when you talk, you need to go by the door, and I'm sure this is a superstition because my mom from Karkar, said go by your door and you have to kick the door, like kick it like 3 times with your feet, that kind of relax you. And it works for me. I would just like kick it 3 times like this by the door. I would do that. And also 10 times. Until you just like breath like that. It works for me because it's really scary. I mean, I did an international conference in Saudi Arabia. I was there for 16 days, and in the middle of it, I had 2-day conference. I mean, these are Saudi Arabian folks, a bunch of Saudi Arabian men and women, teachers. And I was scary. That was scary. This was on 2018. So I would have been in education 91, so 9 plus 18, 27 years. And but that was still kind of nerve-wracking, because these are folks that I've never met before, but they're over there standing ovation in my room that I was presenting. Wow. And I'm like, oh my gosh, but they were so friendly, they were smiling and so on. So when they, you feed off of that positivity. And when I have them work in groups and they had to present something and so on, so they kind of got out of the shell. And so then all I have to do was like making sure that they were working together, and now you're ready to present your piece. What it's always going to be an interactive thing with me when I'm doing a presentation. So that made me relax. So you just kind of have to do some tricks like that, okay? Coconut head is my favorite.
Maybe I would like to do some kicks on the door.
Look at me. I am over here. This is what I do. I mean, I would never have imagined my 5th grade me imagining that I would be doing presentations all over the place, all over the world. And especially in the US. And I would never have imagined that. And it happened. So yeah, it could happen. Anything could happen, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Next.
Thank you, Doc.
Thank you so much. Jenilyn is next. Okay, Jenilyn. I remember. Oh, look at the back.
Hello, good evening. Good evening, teachers. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Good morning there, Dr. Merlina.
Morning.
It's nice to meet you. I graduated Bachelor of Elementary Education, major in General Education, and has master units of Master of Arts in Administration and Supervision, and earned 36 hours. And yes, I had also 12 years of teaching experiences, 6 years in private school and 6 years in public school, and handling kindergarten and 1st grade. My first year in public school, I was chosen to be the choir coordinator of the school, handling 1st grade to 6th grade students who are willing and interested to join the choir. And I was also a English primary key teacher, and was assigned to gather data from 1st grade to 3rd grade. I was also a reading advocate in our school, and I attended also various seminars or trainings, and to hone my teaching skills as a teacher. And also, I was also awarded as the Kila Teacher Award way back 2019, maybe because of the positive attitudes I've shown in my school, and that brings success also in our activities in school. And I was also invited to join the teacher student do it contest in a one of a private school here in Imus, Cavite, and we won also the third place. I was also resource speaker of school-based rollout of RPMS and PPST way back 2019. And during pandemic time, I was also a resource speaker for the project Malasakit. It's a reading program in our school during pandemic time. And what I was also assigned Marunko approach to.
Hang on. I want you to just mention about 3 things, okay? Especially if you cannot tie it back to students, because it will become I then. Okay, just you need to get back to where you are tying things to students. Got it? Okay, because otherwise we're just spending a lot of time that others could use. Got it? I don't want to insult you, but if you don't mind to stop at 3. Okay, and I love that you did extracurricular. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, that's it for the extracurricular that I have in my teaching career. And I believe that teaching is a work of art, because if you don't love your teaching, you will not love your students, and you will not love your work and the environment that you have. So that's it. Thank you, Dr. Selena.
You're welcome. Why do you want to come to the US?
I wanted to teach in the US because I want to explore a new curriculum, a new teaching strategies, and also I know that there are a lot of teaching applications or different applications that I will use in the classroom for my students. So that's it, Dr. Merlin.
Okay, good, got it. Good job. It seems like you did a good job of getting your notes to be not very obvious that you have it. That's a perfect example, because it could see your eyes that you're looking at me and you're talking to me. The only really little suggestion is just to try to avoid a list of 10 things about yourself, because it made you look like I'm very self-centered. It's not. It's about me instead of a student. I know you're not. You just do not want to come out. Okay. That's the only thing. Yeah, because you're very humble. I can tell your face, you're very humble, but so whenever you say something like you said about choir, that's really good, because it was really impactful to students. You said something about those that are interested in grades 1, you say, and I was the coordinator. That's perfect. Okay, because you tied it to the benefit that the students have. Okay, and the other one, when you won 3rd place, you could say things like, my students learned that. You could follow it up with one sentence of what your students got out of it. It's not because, we won the award. It's not all about that. It's because my students gained this. And I love that you said something about the school. But I always just remember, for everyone, if you're going to say something about some accomplishment, always tie it back to students or school. What are the things that the school got out of it? But really, students. It's all about the students, not about us.
Yes.
Okay, you got it. And then
that is noted, Dr. Merlina. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem.
All for the students. Thank you.
Problem. I'm not trying to insult people, right? And when you say data, please do not say datas, because datum is a singular and data is plural. Okay.
Data.
Don't ever put
data.
Yeah, that's it. And well, that's my literacy specialist in me that just stuck out. But you said hours, and you said units. You said units, and you changed it to hours later, which is a good thing. And yeah, and your reason to come is really good, that you wanted to explore. And you when you say curriculum, you have to remember most of the US are actually using the Common Core standards. So if you already are here, if you already are using curriculum standards, you may want to mention that in our school we already use the Common Core standards. And so I know that a bunch of the the states in the US, they may not call it Common Core standards. They may call it Arkansas State standards, but a lot of those are actually based on Common Core. Because I was there whenever, in the committee, I was actually the 9th grade leader when I was looking at the curriculum with a bunch of teachers from the other parts of the state, and we looked at it, and they changed some things, little bitty things, but they never changed the name of the standards, the numbering of the standards. They never did do that. It still matched So they may call it Arkansas State Standards and they had input on it, but it's still really pretty much 98 or 99% Common Core. Okay, just to appease. Common Core State Standards. If you CCSS, that's Common Core State Standards. CCSS.org is where the Common Core standards are. So you may want to check it out. You need to be familiar with those. Okay.
Thank you, Ms.
Yeah, and for
Dr.
the department,
Marina, thank you so much.
you're welcome. Thank you so much. And for all of you, it depends on what state you're gonna want to teach in. But if you put the word Department of Education, for example, Arkansas Department of Education, you put Arkansas Department of Education in quotation marks, then you can see the website of the Arkansas Department of Education. And that's when you see the standards, that was when you see everything about school in Arkansas. So if you want to go to Florida, same thing, Florida State, but a Florida Department of Education. That's what you need to put. Okay, just plug in the state, and then you can see everything about what the laws are there, what are especially the standards. You look under curriculum, okay, and you look under licensure to see what they need in order for you to get a license. Because the Philippines has a reciprocity, which means that we actually have our license good enough to exchange to become a U.S. license, but you have to have some requirement. Like for example, in Arkansas, we are pretty strict here. You have to pass the TOEFL, TOEFL, the Teachers of English as a Foreign Language. And that is a language proficiency, English language proficiency, to show how you do in reading, writing, and listening. And that's a hard test to pass. You know, there's 30 questions per area, so that's 120 total, and you have to get a 76 in order to get it. But still, a lot of people are not able to do it, to get it. Some of them would end up with 46 or 36, you know, they're far away at first. But then once they know the format, and also they are able to manage their time, because you are being timed. And if you take much time, you're going to run out. And that's when your scores are little. So what I always recommend is that read the questions first. And in that way, you can just look for it. You know, unless if it's a narrative or a story, of course, you have to read the whole thing. But if it is a nonfiction, it's an article or whatever, then read the question first and then look at the first sentence of every paragraph. That tells you the topic sentence or the main idea. Sometimes it's at the end, right? It summarizes it. But do those kinds of strategies in order for you not to run out of time. So those are some things that Arkansas would want. And then later on, you have to take practice test, which a practice test is like more of in your area. So if you are teaching, you know, 4th grade English, you might want a 4th grade, literacy English. You may just take the middle childhood. The middle childhood praxis is actually just one praxis. If you do elementary, you have to take one in English, one in social studies, one in math, one in science. So you take 4 of the core areas. So if you do middle childhood, which is 4 up, you're actually just using to one test. So they call them mid-level. So if you do a mid-level, that will save you some, you know, less praxis test to take. So that's what I always say. And then later on, if they really want you to teach younger, well, they can always have you take that, but the elementary praxis. But mid-level would be just one praxis. Okay, anything else? So that's it. 6, I see Ken before I go to number 7. Ken, I see you here. And I know you have Ken is a teacher from Karkar, from my hometown. And he has really been a little leader too in their area, like Mike. He has recommended a lot of folks here, really good folks. And so I would like to have Ken to kind of say hi to everybody. Ken, we have like 99 people right now. So say hi and maybe give the little a lesson, or, you know, like what you learned, something that you learned that you wish somebody told you when you were still in Karkar. Go ahead.
All right. Okay. Hey, everyone. It's nice to be you here. Okay. Oh, God. I'm sorry. I was in the bathroom. We're actually having our Saturday Academy, Dr. Merlina, for the upcoming statewide assessment on ELA, mathematics, and biology. What I've learned here is that they really focus on citing text evidence. And what I've learned here is that ELA is integrated in my social studies content. So every week we have a collaboration with ELA specialist talking about how we integrate ELA in our classes in social studies, because I'm handling social studies here. So when you will be here, what I've learned also from the Saturday Academy with the specialist here is that they focus on, that's what Dr. Molina said a while ago, that before you answer, you have to read the question first. That's the technique. Okay. That many sessions that I have attended, one thing that they would advise to the student, and I advise it to my students too, that before you take the test, before you read first the question so that you will have an idea on what is being asked. So that's something that they're gonna remember. And another thing here, like statewide test assessments is really a big matter in the United States. It's not really like a small thing here. It's really a big matter. And everyone is really preparing, everyone from the school. So that's why we have Super Saturday Academy here to enhance literacy in mathematics. So that's what our school district did here. And they even paid, specialists from other states, like in Mississippi, we have from Missouri, we have from Louisiana, just to be here every Saturday to help the students to be better in their, reading is really a problem. And when you will be here, students will say, "Oh, why are we doing this, teacher? Why are you giving us a lot of stuff?" Something like that. It's what.
They will complain.
Sometimes I would say, "Oh my, what I've done with these students? I think I'm doing my best as a teacher, but when you came here, you will really have to adopt the students. But of course, you kind of have like to push them a lot. Yeah, yeah. At some point, you might get frustrated when you will be here. You might be frustrated exactly because you planned all your lessons all the way, but when you come to your classrooms, that's not going to happen like most of the time. But you have to be firm. Really, classroom management is really a big issue in U.S. classrooms. You have to be firm. You have to really have, to remind them of all the expectations, because if not, my God, I'm not really like when I was in the Philippines, I'm not really that good in classroom management, but, classroom management really matters here. Like you really have to be firm to them, especially when dealing with, of course, the whites and the blacks. I'm not racial, but I would really say that it's tough. It's tough. It's really, especially when I'm in high school. Okay. So you really have to be firm. And when it comes to assessments, as I have said, like many times I've attended test administration here, seminars and PDs, like what they told us, like the specialist, and I just transferred it to my students, like reading first the question, because they're more on like citing text evidence, stating about the claim. Those are things that they keep on reminding us, like teach this, integrate this in your lesson. So that's what in the United States.
Yeah, thank you, Ken. I appreciate you. Appreciate you so much. Okay, Ken really made a lot of great points there. Textual evidence. There are 4 blueprints in our Arkansas testing, and that is big deal because everything is based on it. Our funding is based on it. The grade of the school is based on it. If you're an A school, B school, C school, D school, or an F school, it depends on your test scores. So it's a very big deal. In fact, I spent, oh my gosh, 2 Fridays. I was being paid as a consultant. That's all I did all day was having students come in, and I did test taking strategies with them. And one of them is what Ken mentioned, was about the reading the questions first. So this would work for you on TOEFL. Okay. And another one would be like I told them to also have a good rest, make sure that you get 10 hours of sleep. You do not just come in there and spend all night, last night on the boat in the, your device, and then come in here sleepy. Those are some things I said to them. Same thing with you when you do your TOEFL. Make sure you got rested, make sure you have breakfast, and don't be so stressed about the test, because then your amygdala part of your brain is going to block it, and you're not going to learn because you're so stressed. So just relax, okay? So if you relax, then you're just gonna have, this is showtime. This is I'm just gonna show them what I know, okay? And budget your time. So if I have 30 questions and have 30 minutes, I cannot spend more than a minute in this question, because I still have time to read it, okay? So things like that. Those are some strategy. Of course, this Atlas test that we're doing, They are not timed. Students are not timed. They pretty much have all day to take it. And if you end up teaching in Arkansas, that's a big one too. You know, really stress that you have these 4 blueprints. There are 4 blueprints, which means there are 4 standards out of the 29 standards in literacy, for example. There are 4 blueprints that they have to, that possibly a test will be asked. You know, main idea or central idea is one. Citing textual evidence is another. Craft and structure or argumentative essay. You claim, like Ken said, claims, counterclaim, rebuttal. All those are parts of the argumentative essay. They have to be able to identify those parts and also maybe judge which one is a better claim, which one is a better counterclaim, and so on. So those, and what's the 4th one? The 4th one is I forgot the 4th one. So anyway, so they those are those are things that you integrate across the curriculum, which is, you put in science with it, you put in social studies with it. And so whenever you're having students use your ELA or English language arts skills, you're actually using materials from social studies. So it's tied back to history. So that's something that you need to remember. And even if you don't teach in Arkansas, every state also have their own testing. So you cannot avoid it. So it's like a pressure here. I think kindergarten to 2nd grade is not as heavy on testing. They still have some kind of test, but 3rd grade and up to 12th grade are very heavily tested, because that's how they compare schools or districts. That's how they know how your kids are performing. They have formulas now to see how the student did the next year. And so they're looking for the growth of that student. So it has a formula where it would actually compute growth per child. Okay, so it's a big deal. So they take it seriously. They have ours, we call them boot camp, and theirs they call it super Saturday Academy, which is nice. Okay, so those are important to know, because you need to remember that in America the students are very they're very heavy tested. And a bunch of the teachers are actually saying to me like, oh, I wish they would not test as much. Well, how can you get data? How can you get quantitative data if you don't have that? So that's why you have to have something to compare it from year to year. And the problem is every 7 years, 6 to 7 years, they change testing companies. And so then you are comparing another test with another test every 6 to 7 years. But there is the pattern. Like most of our teachers here in the Delta, in the poor part of Arkansas, are teaching in D and F schools. Okay, because these are schools that local teachers are not applying. So they cannot get teachers locally. So they have to get people from another country in order to serve. Okay, and that's a sad situation, but it is true, because the schools that are really good, the top 10, 20 schools, they're not going to need any international teachers, because they, like in Salem, my school where I was in, we were in the top 10 in the state out of the 300 schools. So if we have any opening, for every opening, we have 20, 30 people that are wanting that job. So we don't ever need any international teachers in those really good schools, because they are loaded with applications. But on the other hand, when you are in the Delta part, which is close to the Mississippi, if you look at the map, those schools close to the Mississippi are very poor schools. They call them Delta, in poor schools, and they are really needing to improve. And that's why, when Mike was bragging about Eva, Miss Q, helping with the scores, that was really true. And they celebrated that, because they could trace which grades are changing, are improving. And so I'm so proud, as a proud mama, when I say, oh, our Filipino teachers, taught that, and it had improved, and they saw a lot of improvement with our teachers teaching, because we're actually teaching. Some of the teaching that I saw, and I encourage people to not do this, is like, you cannot just give them worksheet and let them sit there. And I have seen teachers that would just, not Filipino teachers, but I've seen teachers that would just like give the kids something to do, and then they would be on Amazon ordering something, or on eBay, bidding on something. And so I have, when I was an administrator, I actually had to get on and, had to talk to someone in my office. That is not a good practice. We had a teacher that got addicted to like chess or some other games in Yahoo, and we had to talk to him because they have an app here called Guardian that we could actually see everybody's computer and what you're on. And you teachers need to do that so you can see what each student has, because most of the schools have one-to-one student to computer ratio or Chromebook. So every student in your school has a Chromebook that they get to take home, and they're responsible for charging it, make sure it's ready for the next day. And so, the school that I was just in is a pretty rich school, and I was administrator there for 5 years. So I know a bunch of the teachers, but they have, we have kids that had problems with forgetting to charge it. So they have to check out something from the library because theirs was not charged. And then they have to owe lunch detention if they keep doing it. They lose their lunch. They have to spend the lunch in a room away from their friends. They don't like that. But yeah, those are some things that you will have to adjust when you come here. Can somebody tell me, are there any schools in the Philippines where you also have a one-to-one, one computer per child? Can somebody tell me if you have one? I do not know if where that.
I think no one.
No.
No one, Doc.
No one.
No one.
Okay, not
I
yet.
think that will be impossible. But then if we do have international schools here in the Philippines, I guess they do have one.
Yeah, good point
One
there,
is one.
Joanne. Good point, because I did Taguig. I worked for an accreditation company, so I was a team leader, and we went to Taguig, an international school in Taguig, Manila, and they were like a really rich school, like a bunch of the millionaires go, and they have computers everywhere. I didn't know if it's one-to-one, but I figured students own their computers. And so, yeah, it was a different situation at all because, I went to the Philippines, when I was younger. And so I knew that the building's fancy. They come in with their maids, they come in with their drivers and so on. So very, very special situation because of who the kids are. But you have to remember, even the really poor schools in Arkansas or other states will have the computer because it's a priority for schools. Okay, Maryland was actually the first one a few years back that had the one-to-one already before the others were later on, 5-10 years later, that the others followed. But Maryland was the number one that actually did that. I remembered going to a conference, national conference, and they were so proud of Maryland that they're the very first state where everybody in the whole state, all the students have a computer that they get to take home. Of course, they're gonna have a record of the model number or whatever, so they have to return it at the end of the year. And so yeah, that's going on here. So which means that for you as teachers, you really need to be very knowledgeable about computers. You cannot come here and not know what Google Docs are and what, PowerPoint or Google, Google Sheet or Google, slides. You need to know those things. So Google Classroom especially. Most schools are actually using Google Classrooms now. Okay, so if you search it under YouTube, it's like Google Classroom 101 or something, and it just shows you. When I do workshops, I actually use a lot of Google Classroom so that they could get my handouts from there. And that's a way for me to also be exposed to the emerging technologies. Whatever comes out, I use it in my workshop. That way I know it. I have to learn it in order for me to teach it. Okay. All right, next. It's gonna be number 7. Number 7 is Princess.
We have Princess Peralta.
Go ahead, Princess. I love your name. Although when my husband calls me that, it makes me mad. That means nagpa-senyorita na. Go ahead, Princess. She's still here?
She's still in the list. She's still in the list of the participants.
Yeah, so Princess.
Hello. Hello.
Go ahead. Tell us about you.
Hello.
2 minutes.
Okay. I am Princess E. Peralta. I am a teacher for 9 years.
3 years as a second grade teacher in private school, and 6 years here in my current school, which is a public school. Currently, I am a fifth grade teacher teaching all core subjects like English, mathematics, science, social studies, and also here in the Philippines, we have TLE, Technology and Livelihood Education, MAPH, Music Arts, PN Health, ESP, Edukasyon sa Pagpapakatao, or more on values education. And also, I have my master's degree, major in educational management with 36 hours. Thank you.
Why do you want to come to the US?
Why I want to go to the US? Maybe it started when I became an ESL instructor. I had a prior experience teaching an international students, and for me that is the time that develops my interest and love in teaching international students because they challenge me a lot, not because of the content or the lesson that I am teaching them, but it challenged me in being fluent in English language because really it is not my native language, right? I am a Filipino, so they challenge me a lot. And of course, I want to learn and experience the educational system in the US and share my knowledge and skills in teaching with Filipino touch.
Love that. Love the Filipino touch part. Yeah.
Thank you.
They might ask you to explain that. What does that mean to you?
Okay. So since I don't know yet the educational system there in the US, so probably I would teach the Filipino touch, the two act of kindness here in the Philippines. Dr. Marlina, it is Tagalog term, okay? So the first one is the bayanihan. It is a tradition here in the Philippines wherein the people here are helping each other without asking for any return. That is bayanihan, the first act of kindness. The second one is the pagmamano, or taking the hand of the elder or the older person and putting it here in the forehead of the child. They are going to hold the hand because it shows respect.
Okay, very
so
good.
For me, that is a Filipino touch.
Good. I love it.
That I could share.
Yeah, I love that. Very good. And hey,
thank
by
you.
the way, get out of the habit of playing with your hair while you're talking to.
I am the electric fan is actually ruining my hair. I'm sorry for that, Dr. Marlena.
Your hair is pretty. Your hair is pretty. Okay. I catch myself doing that too sometimes. I'm like, okay, Marlena, you cannot do that. You know,
I'm sorry.
But anyhow, yeah, I love that you do that. You don't have to explain to them the name in our culture because they don't get it anyway. And it was appropriate that you said it to me because I really didn't, I was not updated with the Filipino terms of what's being taught there. So thank you. But when you explain it to the US speaking folks, just say act of kindness by respect, doing that. You know, you just say it in theirs. And also, I know you did not do this, but some of them did it. You tell them where you went to school. They don't care where you went to school because they don't know it. Okay.
Yes.
Just say I went to a private school, I went to public school, I went to, if it's an accredited school, you say that. That might be a really good one. It was a prestigious school. We went to the #1 school in the country. That's better to say that than just naming the school because it doesn't mean anything to them. Okay, I know for me, I know that if you went to UP, if you went to LaSalle, if you went to those really good universities in Cebu, we have San Jose and San Carlos and Teresa's. I know those, but the American educators, they don't. So I'd rather have you describe what it is. Accredited would be a really good one to use. Okay, and so Princess, you're very fluent. I put a star on yours. That you are.
Thank you so much, Dr. Marlena.
You're almost like a native speaker. So I'm putting stars on the ones that I would really want to see if the principals that will be watching this video, if they agree with me that they need to be put on the list. But I can't make that decision. It has to be the principal. So if you get an invitation that you will be, and it's going to be this weekend, I'm going to be sending an invitation that you will be on the interview list. That means it's been okayed by the principal. I can't make that decision myself. Okay. All right. But I really like how you speak, and and you just went to the, you know, to the point without going back and forth. You did not repeat yourself. And when you say course, core courses, you don't have to say what it is because we know it. We know that the 4 courses are, you know, science, math, social studies, and English or ELA. Those are the ones. So you don't have to say those, explain those. We know those. And a ESL instructor, I love it that when you said, why did you want to come here? And that it was because you were teaching students that, and you kind of was able to say that you have, you know, you have exposure to diverse students. And at the same time, you're giving them the reason why you want to come, because you want to learn more, because it shows you as a learner. Okay. And I can tell that you're a learner because the things that I said here, from hours to units to hours and all those things, you actually corrected yourself and actually used the right term.
I have my pen here. And my notes.
Yeah,
Yes.
that tells me that you learned, because I just said it, and then the next person that speaks, they already not said it. That means they not. And I've been circling those things too. But anyhow, okay. Any question for me before I move on to the next person, who is Myla, and then Nancy. Thank you so much. Awesome job.
Thank you, Dr. Merlina.
You did an awesome job. If I didn't tell you that, you did. I'm very proud of you. Okay.
Dr. Merlina, is it okay if I'm going to ask a question regarding the interview for next week?
Nope, you cannot, Joanne, because
I cannot. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. No worries.
Email me.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll proceed to the next then.
Sorry. Okay, next, Myla, and then Nancy.
Hello, good evening and good day. My name is Myla Pilimpiada. I've been teaching for 21 years. I am a licensed professional teacher, and I have been teaching in a public school, currently teaching 6th grade. In the past year of my career, I have taught all core subjects and handled kinder, grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, and grade 4. I completed my bachelor degrees in elementary education and have a 36 hours in master's degree in arts. In our school, I am the reading coordinator, English coordinator, English brigade coordinator, national reading comp coordinator, Adopt a School coordinator, and I have an experience of being a school counselor from 2019 to 2021.
Okay.
My philosophy in teaching is to root the nurturing of love for learning, which through curiosity and creativity of collaboration. I believe in creating an inclusive classroom environment where each student feel valued, understood, and motivated to explore their interests. In my teaching, I always indicate diverse in structure to cater the individual learnings. I believe that in everyday lesson, we need to have an integrating hands-on activity, integrate technology, and especially the real world for the application for their meaningful and engaging activity. I am developed not only for the academic school of my learner, but I want to be the part of their social and emotional competency in the near future. And my goal is to guide my student is becoming a critical and problem solving and a lifelong learners who are prepared for their future to become an asset of their community.
Very good. How about why do you want to come here?
Dr. Melinda, my idea for being a teacher in USA is a very much heartfelt feeling because I love teaching here in the Philippines, but I want to grow. I want to develop my personal and professional development. I want to experience the culture of the other places that I can collaborate with. And I want to learn about using different teaching strategies, especially the modern technology in which they're integrated. So I know that it is a big help for me, for my learners and my colleagues in the near future.
Good job. Look at you. Colleagues, you're just really perfect. You did it. We did it well, and you corrected yourself on the hours. Awesome. Great learning. You haven't corrected yourself on the USA. Remember, everyone, the USA, okay? You still just need at least one example, okay? A perfect one would have been like when you said something about real life, example, real world connection, the relevance. You may want to have put an example there, because otherwise it will, it list. Break the list out by giving an example, okay? Everybody, please do remember that. I need at least one example to break down your list. So, because any gorilla can just make a list, right? It's like a little grocery list. We don't want to do that. We need to break it down with an example. That's all. But you're really
noted, ma'am. Thank you very much.
It shows,
have a nice day, ma'am.
That you are a teacher leader. You have leadership there. That's gonna be very good for administrators to see that you have the potential of being a leader. And I like you might want to not use the word hurtful feeling to come. You have to use the word mixed feelings. I have mixed feelings, actually, because as much as I love the Philippines and I really would like to learn more, and sometimes that would win out, that I would, that would lean that way. So I have mixed feelings. You don't say hurtful because it makes it sound like, oh my God, I'm in pain, so yeah, say mixed feelings. That's okay. I had the same issue.
Noted, ma'am.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Oh, I'm like, oh, I like the location of that mole.
Thank you very much, ma'am. That's my asset.
Yeah, I agree. But I'm very visual, and you have to know your learning style, because how we learn is how we also teach, students. So that's why, if you are a VK learner, that means that you are a visual kinesthetic learner. So you see something, you do visual aids and so on, but then kinesthetic is hands-on. So I think 70% of us are VK learners, especially kids that are in poverty. We really, most of our kids in poverty are going to be VK, are going to be visual kinesthetic learners. That's why we have to have hands-on, we have to have relevance of our learning, and we have to have visual aids, because of the VK learners. And I'm one of them. I was raised in poverty. We were so poor, in the Philippines. We're still middle class here in the US, but it's a little better life here. Still have bills though. Okay. 9. Number 9.
Thank you, ma'am. God bless.
Thank you so much. Awesome job. Great job. Oh, by the way, you have to change up your feedback. You don't just say awesome job all the time. So you have to be specific. So I would say, Nancy, I love the way that you had mentioned your leadership skills. So see, you have to be specific. You don't just tell the kids, awesome job, good job. And I'm guilty about doing that sometimes. But you have to give them the reason why you said good job. What was it exactly? Okay, do that. Nancy, that's a good segue for you. Is Nancy still here? I think we lost already like 4 people went to bed. I hope it's not because we were boring, but it's because they were tired.
Hi.
Yeah. Hey, Nancy. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay,
good morning, Ma'am Merlina.
Hello.
And everyone, hello. My name is Nancy Aurelio, and I'm excited about the opportunity to join your school as English Language Arts teacher. I hold a bachelor's degree in secondary education, major in English. Also, I earned 42 units in Masters of Education and major in Educational Management. After passing the licensure examination for teachers, I started my journey in teaching in 2008 as full-time teacher in English in the public school. I've been teaching in public secondary school for 16 years now. I taught 7th, 8th, and 9th grades, special science classes, and special program in mathematics. Currently, I am teaching 9th grade students. Also, I serve as a homeroom advisor, coach in Spelling Bee, Quiz Bee, and 13 years class school publication advisor. And I coach students for journalism contests. Being recognized as an outstanding teacher has been humbling acknowledgement of my commitment to the excellence in education. Moreover, my teaching philosophy focuses on creating student-centered and inclusive learning environment. I believe that as a teacher, I have to cultivate critical thinking skills, provide problem-solving skills or tasks to my students, and tailoring instruction to meet the diverse needs of my learners. I am an advocate of differentiated instructions in which I provide performance tasks or project-based to my students like role-playing, reader's theater, drama, or stage play. With this, I believe that the learning skills are developed, and at the same time, the multiple intelligence are addressed to my students. I want to participate in this cultural exchange program for teachers in the United States because I want to go out of my comfort zone. And moreover, I want to share my knowledge and skills in teachings and strategies. And at the same time, I want to learn more about the curriculum of the United States of America. With this, I believe it will help me to widen my horizon as a teacher through the diverse American culture that I will experience and various people that I will meet and will be working with. I believe that with the ITSA and with Mom Merlina, this will they will be great help for me to achieve my biggest dream, which is to work in America. Thank you.
Very good. Very fluent. Speaking like an English teacher.
Thank you.
I love that you did an example about Reader's Theater. You did strategies, role play, drama, all that, and it's very obvious that you are very active. Love all the clubs that you have sponsored. It's obvious all about students. That's very good.
Yes, ma'am.
Because
thank you so much.
Students, and that's always good. You still said units though. You need to say hours, okay? 42 hours. And so yeah, I think you did stop and give examples, and that's what I want. I want you to give specific things. You had a lot of keywords there that are good. Because you did a lot, you may want to do another example if you're going to make that list, that long list, if you in your real interview, okay? But
yes, ma'am.
I'm confident that you will do well, Nancy. And I
thank
know,
you so much.
I know that you have a cheat sheet there, but it's not even obvious because I can tell that your eyes were actually just looking at it a little bit and then you come back to me. Okay. And I love that you say good morning to everybody. By the way, everyone, when you are being interviewed, you need to make sure you always greet like Nancy did, and you always call them by their names. You know, and most of you did that. Good morning, Dr. McCullough, the host. Good morning, Dr. McCullough, and my co-host today is Giselle, Miss Giselle, and Joanne are here helping me. So if they are the ones like kind of more of the one listening to you, you need to acknowledge them, okay? Because they will introduce themselves first. They're going to say, I'm Dr. Smith or I'm Miss Smith, whatever. Write them down. You need to know who Miss Smith is, number one, so that you can greet them. It's very impressive to me when I'm interviewing somebody and they know who the panel, members are. It's very impressive to me. That means you are good with details and you paid attention on who they are. Like our last interview with Perimeter, it was Miss Paulette, the director, and there was Mr. Jackson, who was a caseworker. And then the owner of the school was Miss Charlotte. Miss Charlotte came in late, so nobody knew Miss Charlotte. And so, but anyway, so Joanna is a fun example of Miss Charlotte. She did not know who Miss Charlotte was. But anyhow, but you just need to pay attention on who you're talking to, okay? And most of you, or all of you, I think, you did greet the rest of the audience, which is, the fellow teachers here. So what can I say? An awesome and a great, effective interview. I mean,
Thank you so much, Ma'am Merlina.
Okay, thank you. Number 10. Who's number 10? Can you give me the next 5 again, Giselle? Next 5, folks.
Okay, Doc. Okay, let me see the list for a while. We are done with Nancy. We have Rosalind, I think. Rosalind Domingo, Irish Pinonal, Jacqueline is Standard Doc, Charlene Galas, and Christ Brenson Kidet.
Who's number 14?
Those are the next 5, Doc.
You said Rosalind, and you said Iris, and then Jacqueline, and then Charlotte.
Yes, Doc.
Who's the next one?
Yes, Doc. Christ Brenson Kidet.
Christ, okay. Next, just give me the first name, please.
Mary Ann.
Okay, Mary Ann. Just Mary Ann, and who's next?
Those are the, I think.
Those are the 5. Okay, got it. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's start with Rosalind. Thank you so much. You are doing a very good job of listing them. Thank you. Okay, number 10.
Hello, good morning, Dr. Merlina.
Yes.
A pleasant morning to Dr. Merlina and a blessed evening to all the participants. Let me introduce myself first. I am Rosaline Domingo Rizzo. I graduated with a degree of Bachelor of Elementary Education, major in Health Education, and then I took up Master of Arts in Teaching Science. I have 36 hours, and I've been teaching for 20 years in a public school in Cainta, Rizal. And I served as a grade chairman for 2 years, and that is from year 2014 to 2016, wherein it also enhanced my ability to supervise and to lead my co-grade during my times in teaching second grade. And my teaching philosophy is I do believe that teaching is a process of learning. We learn from our students, from our colleagues, and also to the parents of our students. And we have the same goal, and that is to bring a positive attitude, be open-minded, and always welcome change in order for us to enhance ourselves and for a better improvement. And always show to our students that we loved and cared for them. So in that way, they can feel that they are being cared, loved, and appreciated. And in return, our students will give their respect to us. And lastly, the question, why do I want to go to the US? First and foremost, I want to go to the US to impart or to share the Filipino cultural values to them and to show them what a Filipino teacher have. And secondly, US is a modern country. I want to learn more. I want to enhance my ability as a teacher so that when I return to the Philippines, I can impart what I have learned to the US to my future pupils or future students. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay, very good. Rosalind, love the job you did on greeting me and greeting
yes, ma'am.
Greet my co-host, but greeting the rest.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay, no problem. You said something about 20 years. You might want to say not grade chairman. There's no such thing here. You say grade leader.
Oh.
You know, yeah, grade leader here. They call them team leader or they tell them grade leader. And that's your fellow second grade teachers instead of co-grade. My fellow, you know, my colleagues. And you unlike me, I have issues with preposition when I first got here. you do use to instead of from 3 times. You can say from, you know, from the parents instead of to the parents, you know, because if you're getting it from them, okay? And I think to my US anyway, to the US instead of from the US. Anyway, just remember the to and the from. Don't worry because I had issues like that too when I came here. But you will get used to it. It is something that's not a preposition, and our pronouns are going to be problems when we first get here. You know why it's a pronoun issue is because in our language, we don't really have a he and she. We just say siya. Her, you know, that person. That's not a her and a him. We don't have that masculine and feminine thing in ours. And I called my husband her a lot when I first got here. And then I had to correct myself, you know, and I still catch myself doing that. I've been here 37 years. So don't feel bad. Just be aware of it. That's why I want to bring it to your attention, not just to you, but to everyone. If you have a preposition issue like that, to and from, for example, just kind of be conscious of it. That's all. I love that
Yes,
you are
ma'am. Thank
wearing
you.
a green outfit that's solid and your background has green in it. So you're not conflicting with your background. If you were wearing something busy as well, that would have been not good. So if you have a busy background, either blur it like I did, or you can leave it open like that, but do not clash with your background, okay? Because that would not be good. So let me think, what else do I have to put? You were very detailed on what you said. You just forgot to give me an example. Okay, give me one example, just one. Do not start mentioning it. Just give me one. Give me one example. Like Rosalind, not you, Rosalind. Like who was it earlier? That Nancy earlier. That
Nancy,
she actually said something about role playing and so on. You know, give me an example what's really happening in your classroom. Okay, other than that, and you did, but your best answer was about coming over and learning and all this and imparting what you learn. I would be careful about saying, I don't know. I think when you're being interviewed by your J1 sponsor, they want you to be back, of course, by 5 years, right? So those are really good answers about, oh, I'm going to impart this learning to my students when I come back. But some schools may look at it like, oh, you're only here for 5 years? Most of them, if they are working with me, they know that. But some of them would like, oh, I have to hire new people in 5 years. So that could be a good or a bad. But for interviews, anything with J1 in the embassy and so on, make sure that you do say, I've learned this in the US. I'm going to return to the Philippines and I'm going to teach others with it. That's a really good answer. Okay. But even though you thought about, maybe I will like look for another school that would give me H1B, don't think about that during your interviews, because in the eyes of the interviewer from the consulate embassy, they really want you to go back. It's a teacher exchange. It's a teacher exchange of knowledge. You learn something, you bring it back and teach our folks. Okay. Notice I did not say
Yes,
people,
ma'am.
because in sometimes people here is being misconstrued, or the connotation is like, you people, like you're putting down people. And so a lot of times I would replace the word people with folks. It's much more friendly to me. It's okay to say that, but for me, I would say folks, because it just makes you look folksy, like it's just us, simple folks. Any question for me? Right?
Nanan, ma'am.
Thank you.
It's okay.
Were you
Thank
nervous?
you so much,
Were you
ma'am.
nervous talking to me? You look like you're nervous.
No, ma'am.
Yeah, when you have a nervous laugh like you, I just think, oh, is she nervous? What did I do to make her feel?
No, ma'am, I'm not nervous.
Okay, good. Okay, be confident, okay? Confidence
Yes, ma'am.
will give you the edge. Okay, so
Yes.
Iris.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, Iris. Is it Iris?
Yes, Doc. Hello. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Doc, and also to your assistants, Ma'am Giselle and Ma'am Joanne. Good morning. And also to all the Filipinos who are here in the platform. Good evening, everyone. So this is my first time in the platform because I was referred by my aunt, Nosivin Williams. I guess you know her, Doc.
I'm trying to recall who she was.
Okay.
Is she already here, or is she still part of our crew here?
Yes, she's in the Arkansas right now.
Oh, she already is. Okay. Do you remember the name of the do you know the name of her school, of her city?
No, she's not a teacher there in Arkansas, Doc.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, because what happens is that I'm asking you because Iris, because some of the folks here, they would get a job and they wouldn't even let me know. And you have to let me know, because I need to take you off my list so that other schools will not try to hire you and kind of get confused, Marlena, why are you sending me a list of people that are already here, that already have a job? So make sure that when you do get a job, it doesn't have to be through me. You may have found it yourself. You would go to www.schoolsprings.com. I think is there an S? Maybe it's schoolspring without an S.com. And you can see the job availabilities in the US. Hi, Joanne or Giselle. If you can post that post with the multiple job listing that I did with the 50 states, and you can just hit a link and then you can go to those states. I did that. It took me a long time. So if you can share that in the chat group, you may want to copy and paste this on a new document, so you can just click on it and you can see the top 10 or 15 schools in size. I put it there, and you have all 50 states. So you can choose and see which schools you might want to come. If you choose southern states, like if you look at the map and Arkansas and down, those are southern states. Those will be milder weather. If you don't like snow, that's really heavy. If you like snow a lot, you don't mind being buried in, your house being buried in snow or your car being buried in snow, then you go to the northeast part where New York is, New Jersey, and so on. Those are really, really heavy snow. And anything above, like where the lakes are, Michigan and Ohio and them, they get really, 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 really big snow. And so if you look at the map and they're closer to Canada, which is our neighbor, right? If they're closer to Canada, they're going to be cold. Okay, very cold. So the closer to Canada, the colder it is. So just be careful about that. So if you can, like some people just cannot stand cold, you might not want to apply in those places. Okay, so if you want warmer, of course, the 3 big ones on warm, like the Philippines, would be California, Florida, and Hawaii. Okay, those are the 3 things that are hard to get in because everybody wants to go there. Okay, so all right, next.
Okay. Thank you so much, Doc, for
sorry,
information.
I interrupted you. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, Doc, for that information. I am Irish A. Peñonal, a graduate of Bachelor of Elementary Education, major in General Education, last 2010. Fortunately, at the same year, I took and passed the licensure examination test for teachers. I am a graduate of Master of Arts in Education, major in Educational Management, last 2017 at Southern Mindanao Colleges, Cagayan City, Philippines. And at the same school, I completed my academic requirements for Doctor of Education, major in Educational Management, last 2022. I am a public school teacher for 8 years and 7 years handling 5th grade, teaching all subject areas, and almost 1 year handling 6th grade, teaching English and science subject. I am also a district reading coordinator, English and journalism coordinator. My teaching methodology revolves around a positive environment, incorporating hands-on activities, recognizing diverse learning styles, and maintaining an open communication with the parents, and also embracing flexibility to ensure a holistic and effective learning experience by the learners. And also, I am determined to uphold academic excellence, which has always been my teaching or my philosophy in life, excellence in everything I do. And I'd love to teach in the US because it would more valuable experience to share knowledge, to learn new culture, and contribute cross-cultural understanding. And of course, with my family, to have a greener pasture.
Okay.
That would be all.
Very good. Okay. Why is it
Thank
bright
you, Doc.
in there? Are you in another country? It's bright in there.
Doc?
Yeah, it's bright in there.
Right?
Is it the night?
Maybe.
You got the best light.
No, yeah, it's evening here, Doc, because of the ventilation.
Wow, you have the best light. I thought it was day. By the way, everyone,
Yes.
you have a light like hers. It's really good. Irish, I can tell you're very fluent, and congratulations, by the way, with your doctorate degree. That's hard to get. It doesn't matter which country, it's hard to get.
Thank you, Doc.
Want to make sure that you're just talking to me like you were talking to me, right? But then you started changing your voice as if you're just making a speech. We tell our students that we have the levels. 0 means quiet, 1 means whisper, and 2 means talk, and 3 means presentation, right? You went from level 2 talking to me to level 3 presenting. You know, you might not want to do that when you're talking to someone because it's, I don't know, it's different. It just feels like you're no longer talking to me. You're just making a speech now. And you don't want that. You don't want to switch from the talking to the person to like, I'm gonna be, you know, presenting to you. You know, don't do that. I don't think. I mean, it's up to you, of course, but that's what my comment would be. Like, try to just continue to talk to me because it is it's better, I think. You know, but that's your style, it works for you, do it. So the or not would be the other part that I would say, okay? Whatever works for you. You say, everybody, let's say the word determined because we have a different accent in the Philippines.
Determined.
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 Determined, okay?
Determined.
How about valuable?
Valuable.
Valuable.
We seem to be
Valuable.
valuable. Okay, and remember, no, don't have to mention school, guys. Okay, they don't know where the school is. I would rather have you describe the school, saying it's an accredited school, okay, or it's a school in the southern part of the Philippines. You know, something like that, because they really cannot relate. They don't know what that is. A description of that school would be better than actually naming the school. Yeah. But other than that, you are it's obvious that you're very well educated and you have a very great leadership skill. Sounds like you play a very important role in your school, and that's good. And it's impressive that you got your license immediately. That's awesome, because I know some of them would take more than once, and you did it immediately. And cultural understanding. I love that you put the greener pasture at the end. Like I said, you know, you put what you learn, what you gain, but then you can put the money part and the family part at the end. It's okay. Okay, just don't make it the only thing. You know, that's why you want to come here. Okay, so amazing job. Okay, all right, Irish. I'm gonna go on to next thing else. Okay, amazing job on your description of who you are. Okay, number 12. Next person.
Okay, thank you so much, Doc.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. It's going to be Jacqueline and then Charlene. Are we still here? I know we lost about 8 people already going to bed. I don't blame you because we're already running through 2 hours something. I'm trying to be efficient, but at the same time, in the middle, I try to make it like a teachable moment. And that's what you should do in your classroom. If something comes up that's a teachable moment, take advantage of it. In fact, one of the standards in the teaching standards in Arkansas is flexibility, which, you know, Irish mentioned. Flexibility and, of course, teachable moment. If you see something that relates to your topic, that could relate to your topic, and somebody brought it up, take advantage of it. That's a good thing. Okay, and that's what I try to do here and model here, that if you brought something up like the noise level, I brought it up because, you know, because I remembered it. Okay, but that doesn't mean I'm trying to preach to you. Okay, Jacqueline or Charlene? I don't know who's want to come first, or Jacqueline first, but she's not showing up. So how about Charlene?
Yes, Doc.
Who is this?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Charlene, it's Charlene.
Okay, you're Charlene. Okay, got it. Yes, I can hear you well.
Okay, good evening. It's good morning, Doc. Good evening, fellow aspiring teachers. By the way, I'm Charlene Clarin Galas. I am a graduate of Bachelor of Elementary Education at West Visayas State University in 2002. And presently, I am studying in my master's degree for further improvement and enhancement of my teaching. I've been teaching for almost 17 years in elementary grades, and presently, I am a grade 2 public school teacher. Nowadays, I realized that teaching must not be book knowledge, but rather applications to real life situations. Because we all know that children loves to engage in fun-filled activities inside the classroom. So actually, I love to teach presentations like speech choir, role plays, drama, and some other English activities. So that's why, Mom Merlina, if you will come to my classroom, you can see children making some fun-filled activities. So why is it that I want to go to the US? Teaching in my home countries makes me comfortable, but I want to go behind my limitations and also test my comfort zone. So I know US educational program is much more advanced compared to the Philippines. So I want to explore more of their educational settings. So that's it, Mom.
Okay. I love your example. Thank you so much for saying that. I love when you said, that's my favorite part, when you said you come to my classroom, you will say this. And I wish you move on to say, for example, the other day, we just did this with students, that was what I was hoping you would go to, but the rest they want to do that, like one day last month we did this, and my students really enjoyed it and so on, because when you do that, your eyes would automatically light up because you're excited about it. Okay. But Charlene, the biggest thing I would like to tell you is that you are looking down too much on your notes. Okay, you are almost not speaking to me, but almost looking at your notes a lot. Your eyes are actually looking like closed because you're looking at your notes. So you may want to put your cheat sheet, I call that cheat sheet, right there by the camera, like below the camera. Okay, if you do that, then it won't show to me. It will not, it looks like you're just talking to me. Okay, so that's something you may want to practice in a mirror.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, practice in a mirror and make sure you're talking to me, because otherwise your words are great. Okay, you said some really great words. So, but that's a big one. If you cannot speak to me like I'm talking to you now, that is a weakness. Okay, so be sure that you are going to be talking to me, talking to the person that's interviewing you. You did a good job of greeting everybody. You listen. Thank you. All right. Any question for me? Okay.
None yet, ma'am.
Going on to.
None, Mom. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, your background is awesome. Very plain background. Yeah, and you did that. Yeah, and you did not clash with it. So, Mary Ann.
Yeah, thank you, Mom.
Yeah, thank you. Mary Ann. Is Mary Ann still here? We are 90. We're done now. Mary Ann.
Mabolak. I host Mary Ann, Ma'am.
Jacqueline, ma'am.
Hello,
Jacqueline. Oh, Jacqueline. We skipped you, Jacqueline. Are you here?
Yes, my microphone right now is okay.
Okay, let's do Jacqueline first and then Mary Ann, okay? Because Jacqueline was supposed to be in earlier. We just called somebody else, okay? Jacqueline, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Good evening, Doc Marlena, Mom Giselle, and Mom Joanne. Good evening. I am Jacqueline Peaston Darty, 35 years old. I have been teaching elementary for 11 years now. 3 years from private and 8 years from public. Currently, I am teaching in one of the central schools here in Surigao City. In my 11 years in the teaching profession, I experienced handling grades 1 to 6 with different subjects as well, since I am a general education teacher. I have 33 hours of my Master of Arts in Education, majoring in English in one of the accredited university here in our town. My teaching philosophy is that I always make sure that I am effective in communication, since it is essential in the classroom. I always make sure that I create a safe and inclusive space where all students feel valued and respected. I plan engaging lessons that make the material interesting and accessible to my learners. With that, I successfully implemented innovative teaching methods in the classroom, resulting in an average 20% improvement in my students' performance. My expertise in curriculum development and my ability to engage students in interactive learning activities have consistently yielded positive outcomes. I am flexible and willing to adjust any teaching methods to meet the diverse needs of my students. I know that teaching can be challenging and not all learners learn at the same pace, but I am patient and supportive of my students' progress. I always stay with educational trends and pedagogical techniques, as well as understand my student backgrounds, challenges, and learning styles. Well, I want to teach in the USA and explore cultural exchange with American people, of course. I am excited to develop my profession and my teaching skills there. And lastly, of course, I want to find a greener pasture for my family. That would be all. Thank you so much.
All right. Do you happen to be like in a like some kind of drama field or anything like that? Because you have such a good voice, like a voice that could be in radio. Have you been told that you have a very good voice that echo, that would echo. And so, but you may want to actually be yourself, because it sounds like you're trying to be sounding like an American. And sometimes when you do that, then it's almost like you might end up mispronouncing some words because we're trying to really be slang like them. We don't do that. Just be yourself, okay? Because I think yourself would be enough, to be fluent enough, because you have a very good positive personality, it looks like, and you know your things. You just maybe add an example, but you did a good job of greeting all of us here, Brian and Giselle and me. And I can tell that you listened to some of my corrections earlier because you did correct it yourself. You said something about accredited school. Don't say town, because town in the US like little baby. You say an accredited city instead of town. Town is like car. It's a very small thing. So
I see, ma'am. Thank you.
yeah, accredited city would be good. And innovative. Everybody, let's say innovative.
Innovative.
Okay.
Innovative.
That is something that we
Innovative.
And my favorite part, because I love math as well as English, that you said something about 20% improvement of your students. Anytime that you say a number, quantitative data, that's always good because you're not just guessing at it. And 20% is a lot, because when you gain 5%, that's amazing. But 20%, that's impressive. So congratulations for that. You obviously have done a good job.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. So, but that's good that you use data like that. Okay. All right. Any question? And you also listen about the green pasture at the end. Good job. All right.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay. So the next one would be, so who was next?
We will be having Christ first. I'm sorry, Ma'am Giselle.
Who?
It's Christ Binsan Doc.
How about Mary Ann?
That's after him.
No, ma'am.
Should be
Who's
Mary
Mary
Ann.
Ann? Mary Ann.
Mary Ann.
Doc Merlina, based from the list, it's going to be Christ, Branson, Cadet. After that, number 15 will be Mary Ann Talar.
Not on my list.
Okay.
But anyway, let's do Mary Ann.
Okay, we'll have Mary Ann then.
So it doesn't matter. Thank you, though, Joanne. Okay.
Okay. Good morning, Dr. Merlina. Good morning, everyone, as well as also with Miss Giselle and Miss Joanne. Before anything else, I would like to express how grateful I am for this opportunity to be part of this educational community and how excited I am about the prospect of working with you. First and foremost, I am Mary Ann H. Tilar. I am a certified licensed elementary teacher. I've been teaching for almost 11 years now for both public and private school. Aside from that, I also had an experience being an ESL instructor for about 2 years. I am currently teaching in grade 5 with 4 courses, and I am deeply committed to student-centered learning environment. I firmly believe in the transformative power of education. I believe that every student is unique with their own sets of strengths and areas for improvements. In my 11 years of experience, it enables me to learn, to get to know my students individually, especially to understand the levels of their learnings, their learning styles, the needs, and also their interests. My experience also tailors my teaching methods to ensure that every student can excel to the best of their ability. My teaching philosophy is to create a safe and comfortable environment where my students can feel that they are valued and they are respected. Because most of the students, especially those who have working parents, they need attention and care. So I want them to feel when they want to go to school that they have a family. So I am their mother and they are my children. So I want to build that harmonious relationship where they can rely on me. I am the person who will never give up on them, who will provide them an best education because I also highly value creativity and innovative. I also integrate technology into my classroom and also using of learning techniques such as scaffolding and also math drills, laboratories, also hands-on experience that will engage the students to participate and also to provide them the creativity, the techie savvy experience. It will also add flavors to the learnings and to the lessons because nowadays students are very hooked up to technology. So I want to teach in the US because in the USA because it will give me an opportunity to engage into varied cultures, and also it will help me to also impart my knowledge to them to give a meaningful impact so that they will become also successful and in the society in the future, ma'am. That's it.
Very good, Mary Ann. You come out to be such a very caring teacher, and that's awesome. Okay, you feel like you are considering your students as your own biological children. When you said that you'd be like family, please keep that in your interviews.
Teachers are more time parents.
Yeah, well, you listened also to me when I said about greeting the people that are here. You did that with the three of us. Thank you. And you may want when you said an innovative, you need to say an innovative. Okay, you have to change that to
it on my tongue.
Nope, no big deal. But you said that you are both public and private. I love that you said that you were 2 years with ESL. That's a big one, by the way. If you have any ESL experience, please mention it. That is a very good thing to mention because that helps them see that you are actually able to handle children that that may not look like you. Okay, so that's gonna be transferable to, oh, maybe this teacher will be able to teach here. This teacher already had 2 years of experience. And you might want to say ESL to what, Chinese students, Korean students. You may want to be specific like that because that would tell me that you are already have a little practice of teaching other kids other than Filipino kids. That's what it tells me. That's why it's important that you say that. And that also helps in your fluency because obviously if you're teaching English, you must be more fluent than others, right? Okay. So you did a very good job of giving examples about some strategies. You did scaffolding, math labs, hands-on, those. And then that my favorite part is about being valued and respected and that they feel like family. To me, that's the best. I circled it and I put a star on it. So, good job, okay? Any questions for me before we go on to Christ?
I would like to ask Doc if you're going I know you will really help us, but are you going to set for interview or in live?
You will. It's not up to me, remember? It's gonna be she will get a record of this and she's gonna be me and give me names. Okay? But I can recommend some. It's very obvious to me. I can, but it's really up to them because me, I'm just like more of a guide on the side to them. I could never tell them who to hire, except one time. That means you knows the person, but anyhow. Okay, right. By the way, when the interviewer would ask you at the end of the interview, do you have a question for me? You really need to come up with a question. You don't have to be with me, okay? Because we're running out of time. But with the actual interview, said, do you have a question for me? You need to ask them, do you have any professional development, or PD, they call that PD here. Do you have any PD or teachers, international teachers like me? Okay, are there some people that, do you have somebody that's gonna become my go-to person, the person that could mentor me in the school or in the building? You know, things like that, because it shows that you're interested. Okay, so just make sure you ask them something. Do not just say no, I don't have any question. But do not ask them things like you should already know by looking at their website, because that should be the first thing you do. If you get an interview appointment, the first thing you should do is Google school, look at their website, everything. Look at everything that's in their website, okay? Because that will give you knowledge whenever they ask you something. You can say something like, according to your website, it said this. That's impressive. That means you did study it. If you have their mission and vision, one of the shorter ones, you memorize it and make it as part of your answer. That's impressive. That means you did your work. You did your, you did your advanced research. And then also research about the town, that place where the school is. Is it, what kind of town is it? You can even go to Google Map and see what the school looks like and what the neighborhood is like. Those are the things that we would need to do, because we have got the technology to do that now. Okay? That's okay. Yeah, you'll do well. Okay, Christ. Thank you so much.
Hello, am I audible, Doc?
Yes, you're fine.
Okay. Doc Merlina, together with Ma'am Joanne and Ma'am Giselle, a pleasant morning, as well as to all the teachers here in attendance at the very moment. I am Christ Branson Z. Cadet, a graduate of Bachelor of Secondary Education, major in English, and I also had my 42 hours of Masters. I have taught English 7, 8, 9, and 10 in a private school where I had my learners who are Chinese students because it was a Chinese school. And for the succeeding years, for the 9 years, I have been teaching in the public school, which are English 7, 8, 9, and 10, creative writing 7, 8, 9, and 10, and journalism. For the 9 years of being in the public school, I was the school reading coordinator. I was a school paper advisor for almost 10 years, including in the private school. And being able to train and have learners who won in the national and even in the international category had brought me an uplifting experience. And being able to have recognized as a division most outstanding school paper advisor for the last year and was able to bring the division in the regional category is an honor for me that all my efforts were being noticed and recognized. I'd like to anchor my teaching philosophy to Albert Einstein's statement, which says, "It is the supreme art of the teacher to awaken the joy in creative expression and knowledge." I'd like to believe, Doc, that our learners today are being called as the 21st century learners who are having these multiple intelligences. They are no longer the kids who just want to be seated on their seats for the entire period of time. They want to stand, they want to perform, and they want to really show what they know. So instead of just telling them what the book lessons that we have to engage them in collaborative, in cooperative activities. So just like what we had this week, Doc, we successfully finished the presentation of our interclass presentation of Romeo and Juliet. And I believe this was one of the best things that we did, because we did not only cater the learners' ability to present, but also we are tapping the parents, because, when the kids perform, it is also the pride of the parents. So having collaborative and explorative and being able to learn on their own is the best thing a teacher could do to their learners. I guess the very main reason I like to teach in the US, Doc, is I like to bring the banner that as Filipinos, we are also capable of producing learners who are capable to be in the global community. I like to change the foreigners' beliefs that we are just Filipinos, like we can also excel. And by coming home after this cultural exchange program, I would also want to produce 21st century learners who are now globally competitive and can really compete in the global community. Thank you po, Doc.
Okay, awesome. Very speaking like an English teacher.
Thank you, Doc.
Love your leadership on the paper and journalism and,
Thank you, Doc.
school reading and so on, coordination. So the thing that you may want to I don't know about the just Filipino part because it make it sound like we're being put down. And I don't think that's really a common thing. And in fact, administrators here would not really think that. You know why?
Okay, Doc.
Because the Filipino nurses, the Filipino teachers are excelling here. So we are not really gonna be known
Just Filipinos.
never, never, never,
Thank
never.
you.
Yeah, our
Thank you, Doc.
in the other side of the world are very good. So if you share that part, it's gonna make it sound like we're not. And so, but we are, okay? So you're putting ourselves down, you're putting yourself down. So I would just
Okay,
not
Doc.
say, you can say you can improve the um I guess the competitiveness, you said that anyway, how the children, our students, because our students are no longer competing with fellow Filipino kids, we're also competing with the world, with the, the digital world, the whole world in, it is what we are competing with, not just our local folks, right? So you might want to say that because you did a good job of saying a lot about 21st century skills. Your four
Thank you,
C's,
Doc.
your communication, your collaboration, your creativity, and critical thinking skills. You did so much on that. And
Thank you,
I
Doc.
want you to keep that because those are good.
Thank you.
I can tell that you're very confident. You're one of the most confident one I saw today. You
Thank you, Doc.
actually were talking to me. Okay.
Yeah.
You may have a little cheat sheet there, but the 90% or 80% of the time you were looking at me. And that's what you should do, everyone. Okay. You should get to the level where you know that this person's not gonna intimidate me. I can just talk to her. And please get there. Because I'm
Thank you.
telling you, I'm not here to intimidate you. And I'm so glad that Christ doesn't believe that, I can be intimidated. You are really confident. It shows.
But I'm really shaking though. I'm just holding it under my table.
You're a good actress because I could not tell that. Okay, you were talking to me, and that's important. Okay, you did look some, but but most of the time you did know your stuff. And
Thank
the
you,
key to
Doc.
that is practicing in front of the mirror, practice in front of your family members, and see if you're really looking at them. If you're practicing with your husband, you better be looking at your husband and see what you're saying, okay? Because it really makes a difference on who gets hired and who does not. Leslie and Ava and them, I knew when I recommended them that they are going to be really good hires because they were so confident. They were talking to me and they were very fluent and they knew their strategies and so on. Okay. And it sounds like you are that. So you should have a very good chance.
Thank you, Ma. Thank you, Ma.
Miss Bryce. Okay.
Thank you,
Next,
Doc.
who was it? Joanne, the next one.
We do have another set of fives.
Okay,
We
fine.
have Mary Antelar, Cliffen Nadal, Lizelle Antonio, MJ Orup, and Kelly James Toribio.
Okay, who's after Mary Ann? Who is it?
Again, Mary Ann, Cliffen, Lizelle, MJ, Kelly James.
Okay. Okay, we got it. I got it. Now, Mary Ann, go ahead, Mary Ann. You're number 16.
I think Mary Ann is already has done talking, Doc.
Okay, so done. Mary Ann is
Let's
done.
go to Griffin.
Okay, go ahead.
Doc Marlena, before Mr. Clayton starts his presentation, is it okay if I'm gonna leave early?
Yeah.
I have a church activity early.
No,
okay, thank you. Have a great day.
Always a great help. Okay, Giselle, you
Bye-bye.
the whole time. I hope you don't mind. Okay, so Clifford.
Hi, Doc. Good evening from the Philippines, and I believe it's like morning in the U.S. in Arkansas.
Yes.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to be in this group and to be able to, of course, listen to your insights and your, ideas in working on the U.S. It's like a great help to all of us. So to my fellow participants in here, good morning, shall I say, because it's 12 a.m. in the Philippines already. But I believe like everyone is willing and eager to learn more on the strategies and techniques that Dr. Molina.
There's still 8 of you. Okay, go.
Oh, sure. Yes, my name is Cliffin A. Nadal, or you can call me Cliff for short. I am 38 years old, a graduate of Bachelor of Elementary Education, a general education major, and I took up my master's degree in educational management. Finished 33 hours, not units. Okay, I learned that today. Yeah, because I usually say that in an interview that I finished like 33 units or completed academic requirements, but I learned that from you. Thank you for that.
Good.
15 years in experience as a teacher. I'm handling grade 4, 5, and now presently teaching at the Special Science Elementary School, handling grade 2. Excuse for the noise. It's like the background noise. I'm sorry for that. Like a motorcycle. Yeah, passing by. Yeah. A grade 2 teacher at present, handling general education subjects like science, mathematics, MAPE, um, like GMRC, or we call it ESP now. It's like Edukasyon sa Pagkatao. Before it's GMRC, or Good Manners and Right Conduct. And a skilled paper advisor for 10 years. And just recently, I joined the regional press conference held in Toledo, Talisay, Cebu, your hometown. And I'm so happy knowing that you're from Karkar. And Karkar is one of the divisions of the Region 7 on Central Visayas. And a lot of winners came from Karkar in the recently concluded
Oh.
regional schools press conference. Um, if you would walk into my classroom, you can see students collaborating, Dr. Merlina. Collaborating in the sense that everyone is busy doing the task. It may either group activity, cooperative learning, individualized instructions, or it could either be in literacy form. Literacy form, like they are communicating with each other, group members. They share ideas, and I call that collaborative expertise. That's what I learned in the previous seminar. And also, also like literacy is in many forms. It could be speaking, writing, reading, and a lot more. And I'm a strong and an advocate of literacy instructions. I was once a facilitator of the National Literacy Program. It happened last 2020 in Bohol. It was a national seminar, and I was once also a resource speaker on that one. But it was quite challenging on my part because it happened the first time I facilitated via Zoom. So like 3,000 participants in the Region 7 were in. Um, I'm not really a major in English because I'm an elementary teacher and I'm teaching all the subjects, but it's quite challenging on my part really to speak English, but I'm coping and I'm learning at the same time. It's a matter of practice, constant practice, I believe, that there is no like a dumb person. It's just a matter of like how are you able to do it wholeheartedly with passion. Yeah, because it's really like necessary for us to learn. Because I believe in the mantra that learning is a lifelong process. It's a continuous process. I learn with my students and they learn with me. I strongly and I really agree on that one. So one of my strategies and the teaching techniques that I use is collaborative expertise. Collaborative expertise meaning I give them time to express their ideas and thoughts. It's not just teaching English, not just teaching science and mathematics, but all of the subjects. Because I believe that these subjects are very important and crucial in the curriculum. I believe in the mantra also that education is for all and no one should be left behind. I believe that education is not for the rich, but also for the poor. And they deserve, and we deserve to have those and to have that education, quality education. And these learners, and I'm proud to say that I have these 33 learners. They are really independent readers. They are independent readers. So I really, give them the best education that I could give to them. And that's what I will bring if I will be given a chance to work in the US.
Okay.
That learning and unlearning will still continue. And because I believe that everyone has, the power to really learn.
Okay. Very good.
That was all. Thank you so much.
You're the other person that really look at me and talk to me. Very good. You're the second one. And keep that up. And I can tell that you're very humble. You have servant leadership style. You have reached this national level, being a speaker to 3,000 people, but yet you're still very humble when you talked about it. And that's very good. Keep that up. And mantra, okay, you have to say mantra. You did two of them. I like the one about education for all and nobody left behind, not just for the rich. That's my favorite words from you. And so having 33 learners, that's a lot, guys, okay? In the US, there's a limit of 30. So a lot of times you would not
30.
Yeah. And each like high school teachers have a limit of 150 students total. You cannot teach more than 150. So if you have a maximum of 30, you can only have 5 classes. So they try to budget that time, that number, so that any teacher cannot teach more than 150. That is the rule here in Arkansas anyway. I figured that might be a rule. Miss Antonio, you may want to put it on mute, please. And Miss Giselle, if you don't mind to mute everybody until they talk, that would be nice. I don't think they want to be recorded talking to the kids. Okay, so I think those things that you shared are good, and I can tell that you've been paying attention because you did say some things that were similar to the others, and you have corrected yourself. And I love the part that when you said walking in your classroom and they're collaborating, the word something expertise. What was that again? Professional expertise.
Collaborative expertise.
Collaborative
Collaborative
I love
expertise.
those words. I love those words. But though you can also use the word discourse. They're having this
Discourse.
That's what the Common Core would call it. Is a collaborative discourse or a discourse among students. So not just the teacher talking, but also the students are talking to each other. And I always bring up the strategy of 10-2. 10 minutes teacher talk. So for every 10 minutes you talk, you should give your students 2 minutes. So that's why it's called 10-2 strategy. You can set your timer for 10 minutes. You're done. Close your sentence, and then you tell the students, okay, let's process this. What do you think? Or you can have them do a think, pair, share, TPS. You talk to your neighbor and talk about what I just said, and then process it. And then you call 2 or 3 groups of pairs to share what they were thinking. That's called anchoring. You're anchoring the information, that you're not just like talking again without debriefing. So you're actually debriefing it. Let's talk about this topic. Let's debrief it. Let's kind of anchor it in your head, and then we're going to go on. So that's a really, really effective strategy. If you are teaching kindergarten, it's not 10-2, it's 5-1. 5 minutes teacher talk, and you're going to give a minute for the students to process it. And having the discourse, having them talking to each other, that's one of the most, effective way. And so I could tell that you're going to be a good teacher, because you really
Thank you so much.
you have some really good mantras that I like. So I did put a star on you, that you are very fluent, and you look at me.
Wow. Trying to be fluent.
You are sounding fluent. So that's okay. Good job. Any question? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Well, I'll just wait for further information. So
Go ahead.
yeah, I'm willing
Go
to
ahead.
wait. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, willing to wait for like a good, a good result for like whatever
All right.
the outcome. Yeah. So
Okay.
thank you for today, for the
You're
opportunity.
welcome. Thank you. Thank you for being humble and for sharing what you do with your students. Okay, number 17. Who is it? Who's number 17? Joanne was telling me, and I wrote it down somewhere. Okay, Clifton, and then was that? I can't read my writing. That's sad.
It's a Lizelle Doc.
Lizzle, okay. Go ahead. Go ahead if you don't mind to come on. She's still up. There's 73, 27 people left us, but I don't blame them. I'm sure they're sleepy. Okay, so Lizzle, are you still up? If she may be gone, we can go to who's next, MJ? MJ and then Kelly. So Lizzle, if you come in later, we can put you in, but right now we can do MJ.
Okay. All right. Good morning, Dr. Merlina. Good morning, everybody, my fellow educators. My name is Mary Janelle Orap. I am from Legazpi City, Philippines. I have a bachelor's degree in elementary education that specializes in early education, early childhood education. And I also have a master's degree in special education, majoring in learner developmental needs. I teach in a central school, then that's located in the heart of a city, and I have been teaching for 8 wonderful years. I am a kindergarten teacher. I also have experience in handling the gifted and talented first graders, and that's under the special education program of the department. And what drives me to pursue the teaching career is that I just love working with kids. You know, I love seeing them grow and bloom over time, and being part of their growth gives me such fulfillment. I am opting to teach in the USA via the J1 Cultural Exchange Program. And one of the reasons why I want to join the program, it's because I want to see the world of education in a different perspective. And I also want to learn from international teachers that I will be working with, and to be able to share that experience to my fellow Filipino educators. Moreover, I believe in the goal of cultural exchange program in connecting cultures and creating the bridge between cultures and making the world a better place. Over time, I go with a teaching philosophy that every child is unique. And as a teacher, my goal is to create that learning environment that is conducive for engagement learning, interactive learning, and a learning environment that is positive for these learners, wherein they can feel loved and motivated. That's it.
Okay. Oh my goodness. You have both. You are both. You're a winner. You have both looking at me, and you have both the voice. You have both the confidence. You have it all. So I actually put 3 stars on you. So anyway, keep it up. You are it's obvious that you really care for your students. And thanks for greeting us all. And early childhood, do you not have any other experience other than kindergarten?
I also have experience in teaching first grade learners,
okay,
up to third grade learners. Yes, mostly teaching them the English language arts and reading.
You need to say that. You need to say, I have experiences in kindergarten, first grade, and third grade. You need to make sure the more you mention, the better it is for you, because then the principal would know where to put you. Okay, so the more levels you've taught, the better for you, because you'll be more flexible. Okay, so 3, 1, and 3. Okay, and gifted and talented here is called GT. Okay, so if you mention GT, it's actually a different program. It's not under special ed here. It's actually a GT program here. So we actually have GT teachers that would actually, do like chess clubs or a quiz bowl. That's under the GT program. So so that's good that you're able to do all that. And your answer on why you want to be in the J1 program, perfect. Okay, very good. And you even use transition, like moreover. That's awesome. I really love it when folks would say transitions. Furthermore, moreover, in addition, all those are really good in talking and in writing. So conducive to learning, positive, feeling love, feeling motivated. Those are really, really great things. And, with you could have used an example. You could have said, and, like, for example, I had a child that did this, and this is what happened. This child, after being in my room, the child became, changed for the better. You could come up with an example like that, because you are saying the right things. I just don't see an example or hear an example. So just that's what all that's missing. Okay. But everything else is good. Your voice, your English. My gosh, you have one of the best pronunciation here. You really pronounced your words really well. I didn't even see a single mispronunciation at all. I mean, I think you can pronounce better than me, and I've been here 37 years. But that's cool. That means that you have practiced English. So keep it up, okay? All right. Number 18. Who is next?
It's Kelly James, Doc. It's already Kelly James.
Kelly.
Ma'am Antonio I think, is out. I haven't seen her.
Okay.
It's Kelly James.
Hey, James.
Good morning, Doc McCullough. Good morning, Miss Giselle. Hi, everyone. I am Kelly James Rodriguez Toribio from the Philippines. I have finished my bachelor's in elementary education. I have also finished my master's degree and earned units R's in my doctorate degree.
Okay.
I am teaching elementary education for 6 years. I have taught first, second, third, and sixth grade. I have taught subjects like English, science, mathematics, social studies, music, arts, physical education, and health. As a teacher, I don't only impart the ABCs of knowledge, but also the ABCs of life, not only for their academic development, but also for their personal growth and character formation. I also make sure that my students receive equal learning opportunities for them to succeed, regardless of their gender, socioeconomic status, disability, culture, or language. I am good at setting conducive learning environment. I am also good at classroom management, assessing the students, and I use technology during class instruction that really foster pupils' engagement. I would be a great addition to the school team because I am enthusiastic, dedicated, creative, and I have a big heart for the students. It is a dream to become a teacher in the United States of America, to share the rich culture of the Philippines, and to know others' culture as well, to celebrate diversity, and also to expand my capabilities. I am so thankful for this opportunity. I am so ready and I'm so excited for this journey. See you soon.
Oh, nice one. Very optimistic. Love the love. I didn't even say that. How do you do that?
Just like this.
Okay, like this. Okay. Love that. I never had to do that before, but I love that. It really shows you're being natural. You're not being intimidated. You're natural. You're you. And I love the words you said. You may want, you did say something about the grades that you did teach. And instead of naming the subjects, you can just say for the core courses plus, art, PE, health, because in the Philippines we don't have those special teachers that would teach those, because here we have art teachers, we have music teachers, we have health teachers, we have PE teachers. Those subjects are not being taught by same teachers. They are being taught by people with degrees in it. In fact, the art degree here, the praxis of it is so hard that I have a friend that she has been teaching for years, and then she had to take it. She took 4 times, and I know she was a good teacher. It's just that it was so hard to pass, because you actually have to perform. You actually have to bring your art product and all these things. So it is not easy to get it here, but that's very impressive that our teachers in the Philippines are teaching those, on top of what they do teach. So by the way, the teachers that are here are sharing with me that the paperwork that you do there are really like 5 times more than here, because here it's pretty easy. Everything is digital, everything is in computer. Even your attendance, you would just mark it in the computer. Boom, you're ready to go. Done. you know, and do not do, I mean, maybe the first week you can do roles like you call the students. Don't make that a habit because that's a waste of time. I would rather have you make a sitting chart and a clipboard, sitting chart for every, you know, for every period. That way you just have to look, you know, if you have a table there with 5 kids and there's only 4, one absent, a lot of the time you can just ask the kid, okay, who's missing? You know, if you don't know yet, who's missing in your group, and then you tell me, and very quick. You don't have to call 25 names or 30 names. That is the most wasteful waste of your time. I would rather have students have bell ringers, or, you know, a 5-minute thing that they do, in be doing it instead of you calling the rolls. Okay, so while you are looking at your attendance and getting the lunch count, they have a lunch count here. We have cafeteria, big cafeteria where kids would eat, and so some kids would actually be paying, and some kids, like in poverty, they don't have to pay, it's free. And so the teacher usually just count how many are going to the cafeteria, and then that they report it there so that the cafeteria ladies would know how much to prepare. So you have to do that first thing in the morning. So you showing that you do use technology. I wonder if you would have given an example, like what technology do you use in your classroom? Tell me an example.
I use technology in my classroom, like PowerPoint, also digital apps like Kahoot for engagement of my students.
Very good. I want you to mention especially Kahoot. Okay, Blue-Kit is another one. Blue-Kit and Kahoot are favorites here. And so some of the administrators might not even know it. And so them to see that you is very interactive, it's fun for the kids, but at the same time, you're actually getting your content in. Another one that I love to see is jeopardylabs.com, LABS. Jeopardylabs.com is a really good one to use because it's about in Jeopardy format, and you can either get somebody's already game already ready to go, and you can either edit it or you can even make your own. A lot of time you just type what you need there and somebody already made it. Okay, so I would challenge everyone to try that with your students, because the students that I observed this week or last 30 days that I've been working, they loved it. That's like, it's almost like a reward from the teacher, like on Friday, okay, let's do Jeopardy Labs if you do this, if you get all your work done or whatever, because the kids love it. They had and this particular teacher that used it, she actually had those those things that make sounds for the quiz bowl. What do you call those? The bell thing. So if you don't have that, you just come up with an object that they could like raise up or whatever first or no, they have their own so that we could see if it's.
Is it a buzzer, Doc?
Yeah,
Doc,
like
is it a buzzer?
So what would be another, Myrna, what would be another way for them to see that? I guess they could stand up, right? So if you have 4 people there, 4 teams, the person that's there. So if you know the answer, you stand up, and then you
Yes,
get
yes.
one. Yeah. And then it actually keeps up with the score. You know, it keeps up with team 1, team 2, team 3, team 4. They're very competitive. So jeopardylabs.com, it works with any subject, any grades. So I would like for you to try that. And the next time you come and talk to me in 2 weeks, share with me your experience. Did your students like it? Did it work for you? That would be cool to learn. Okay. So yeah, keep up what you're doing, because Mr. James, it looks like you're gonna be an awesome addition to any school. You know why? Because not very many males are going into elementary. A bunch of the males are actually in high school. So a bunch of my friends who are administrators in elementary, they just like, Marlena, is there anybody that's a male? You know, because it's good to be able to see another gender there, not just all women. And so it's actually going to be an advantage for you. So
thank you.
So male elementary. Okay. All right. So any question for me before I move on? Because my husband will be about to tell me now what hours we've been in.
I'm just thankful for this opportunity.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. So I will be emailing everyone the link to this recording of this, or you can go to our it's ITSA, International Teacher Support in America, YouTube channel, and you will see this whole thing. And please like or subscribe. I have like very few subscribers, and I know many of you, watch it, but they don't subscribe. My goal is 1,000. So help others, because a lot of our videos there, I have more than 400 videos there. A lot of them are
So many.
learning things. Yeah. So anyway, I'm sorry about the plug-in, but next, Giselle.
Thank
Who's
you.
next? Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Thank you. Amazing job. Giselle, what is it? Who is it?
Again, Doc. Sorry, the twin is crying. The next 5, Doc, we have Chito Kaingkoy, Jenilyn Agda, Vina Vivienne, Rowena, and Eileen.
All right, next then. So
it's Chito, Doc.
Hi, Doc. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Yes. Please, could you please change my first name, because I just put Chito there. My real name is Anacito.
But you have to be the one to change it.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know how to change it. But yeah.
Yeah.
So my real name is Anacito Kaingkoy, and good morning to everyone. Good evening here in Uzbekistan. I'm here in Uzbekistan, and I'm glad to see my name in number 20, because when I came back, I needed to leave the call. I was in the classroom a while ago when I joined the call. So I tried multiple times. But yeah, so with a few attempts, because of the capacity but I tried, I'm fortunate enough that I think people left the call, so I was able to join back to return. So yeah, I'm glad that I was still in number 20. The record is still there. Oh my God.
Yeah.
So thank you so much. I'm grateful to see and to hear a lot of excellent perspective and insight from our educators. So I'm not also promoting the US, but you being a teacher or educator, working abroad, so you can also try out the Central Asia. We are growing here. I just want to share it with you guys, teachers, that we are growing. The Filipino community of educators here in Uzbekistan is growing. Imagine that's just this year. The MOE hired 100 of Filipino teachers. And our MFA or the DFA there in the Philippines has to stop the processing of papers, because they've seen the movement of it's a mass movement of Filipino educators, and they need to stop it. And I'm telling them that, hey, because we are making great impact to the educational system here in Uzbekistan, here in Central Asia.
What Chito,
So, yeah.
How much do they get paid there? How much is it? Times 2, times 3, times 5 in the Philippines? What is it?
Times the least is $2,000, $2,000 to $3,000 monthly.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay, so half the US, I think about half the US. So you double that, triple that, and that would be the US. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
but it's close. I mean,
So-
how hard is the visa? Is it hard to get or easy?
No, it's not. It's just there's some conflict with the policies with our MFA and the DFA. So, but I think the government is now fixing it so that they will be able to hire more Filipino teachers next school year. Because this year there was some issues with visa and with some policies between DFA and MFA here. So yeah, that's why our DFA needed to stop or control the hiring. But we are growing here. We are almost 200 teachers here in Uzbekistan.
So Chito, what will be the first step if they want to do that? Because this would be a good practice. If you want to come to the US but you're not there yet, you could go to another country like
Yes. So just visit the MFA of Uzbekistan. There's a website, and then they are hiring the whole year round. So there's open vacancy for English teachers from primary to secondary. And there's a lot of international schools here are also opening for us. Especially my school, for example, the director is asking me, hey, Chito, if you can promote our school and get your friends to come over and join you, because we're making a great impact and excellent we're building a good reputation of Philippine educators here in Uzbekistan. And
I'm proud of you
not only public. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, Doc. So not only public, but the international school system are open for more Filipino teachers.
And I would recommend you guys, while you are waiting to come here, you can still decide to come here, but it might be a good idea to go to another country, because that's actually going to help you get here, because you could say, I have had experiences in Uzbekistan. So that would help you. Okay. So don't be impatient, like, oh, it's going to take me so many years to go to the US. Well, you might want to go to another step one, and then, maybe the US could be your step two. Okay, if you really still want to, maybe you'll want to stay in Uzbekistan, because it's very close to the Philippines. Well, how long is the flight, Cheeto?
Well, yeah, the shortest, I guess, is if counting the layover, is like 21 hours a day.
So about half of the US, because a lot
Half
of
the
you
US.
want to buy a ticket and it's cheaper. It's around 40 hours from start to finish. I always buy one. I don't care if I have to pay extra. I always buy one within 25 to 29 hours. That's kind of what I look at, because my time is general. I charge $150 for my hour. So it costs it's gonna be worth it to me,
Yes.
So, yeah. So 21 hours, good to know. But thank you so much for telling our folks that, because you are a very good resource for them. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
So are you still want to come to US, or would you just rather kind of recruit from this bunch here? What's your goal?
Sorry. Yeah. So the reason why I joined your group, Dr. Merlina, is also because I wanna, well, there's no harm in trying, and I wanna try working in the US also. My sister used to work in Dallas, and she gave an idea why don't you want to try out working also in the US. And I also have a colleague, used to be colleague in Everest Academy Manila in Taguig, at one of the international schools in Manila. And she said, she's now back in Texas, in Arizona, and she's telling me that, hey, you want to try this year or next school year? And that's why I joined your group, Dr. Merlina, and I want to see how this will give me the opportunity to be part of your team, and why not? So maybe next year, or maybe this year, or maybe next school year, why not? So I just want to try my luck with you.
Now, you never told me like your education and what you're teaching. Let me know, because I'm taking notes.
Sorry, yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah, I have bachelor's of elementary education. Four things, Dr. Merlina, I wanna share with you. I am a generalist. I'm teaching math, English, science, history, geography, art. I could say that I am a hybrid teacher because of my experience for 18 years. I'm familiar with Montessori type of school. I'm familiar with Canadian, UK curriculum, IB curriculum. I'm also familiar with a lot of structures. I'm sure you've heard Paideia learning structure. There in the US, it's like a collaborative dialogue wherein the structure is helping the students to improve. If you teachers are looking for some kind of activity that you want to improve the listening, writing, and speaking of the students, I think Paideia learning structure, you can Google it. You can just simply...
Can you spell it for us?
Paideia. It's P-A-I-D-E-I-A. Paideia learning.
Okay.
So I've learned that way back in the Philippines. So because we have resource speakers from the US, they went to the Philippines to train us. Yeah.
Well, good.
I'm also familiar. I'm also familiar with UBD and project-based learning approach. Yeah.
Understand?
Do you know PBL?
Do you know that the UBD guy is actually married to a Filipina?
Yes, I know.
Yeah, I met him in one of the presentation, and I talked to him, and she said, my wife is Filipina. And so picture, and then I sent it to him. Yeah, it was cool.
Yeah.
Okay,
right.
next.
So I'm a generalist, so I'm teaching all the subjects. And when it comes to admin work, I used to work I had a chance, to step up when it comes to leadership. Back in Bangladesh, I used to work there for 4 years. Because the principal needed to go back to the UK, and because of some health issues. So the school gave me the opportunity to step up and cover the position. And so yeah, I worked as a deputy of primary school for almost 2 years. And then after Bangladesh, I had a chance to work here in Uzbekistan. And after a month, I was given the opportunity to be the head of the English department. And then after a year, I had given a chance to work as academic director. And for over in my years of teaching here in Uzbekistan in my school, I'm giving some trainings to teachers like classroom management, curriculum implementation, subject integration. So like what I've said, I am familiar with IB and UK curriculum, so I was able to use this experience and this curriculum in subject integration, which is I'm promoting with the teachers to explore subject integrations, because especially if in the primary, if you're teaching all the subjects, it's a good way. It's an essential, it's a good way to explore integration, because if you're teaching all the subjects, you can actually create one project that will cover all the essential skills or learning areas that you're teaching in math, science, art, history, and geography. And that's a good way, essential way for you to gauge the achievement or learning for your kids to achieve the learning targets that you are covering in your curriculum.
I agree.
So yeah, the second one, okay, like I've said, I
not
have
giving you
four.
that much time. Sorry. We have to move on.
Sorry.
Yeah, but thank you. I've heard enough, and I'm really impressed. And so I am writing a lot down, and I really agree with you about the project-based learning, that it would hit a lot of learning targets, and actually it would actually address also the 4 C's of 21st century skills. So anyway, but thank you, and I wish you the best. What grades were you looking to work in?
Primary, grade 4 or 5.
Okay, male teacher. I'm gonna put them here. Okay, so you are the second male teacher in elementary here. Okay, thank you so much. I'm sorry I cannot give you more time. It's just that I have a few more people to talk to, and we are about hitting our limit because I cannot go over the next hour. I know I've been up and I've not had any breakfast or lunch. Yeah, I know my husband's joking. So, okay, now next one. Thank you so much. You did
Thank you, Doc. Thank you,
fantastic job. And hey, one advice for you. When you get an interview, I want you to kind of fix your hair where it looks more.
Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. Just maybe even a haircut or something in order for you to look much neater. You know, maybe the style you like, but it's much more like formal, maybe.
Yeah.
Just or not, just a suggestion.
Yeah.
Okay, number 20.
Thank you, Doc.
Thank you.
We have Jeneline, Doc.
Okay.
Jeneline Agda.
Okay, Jeneline.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Dr. Merlina. My name is Jeneline Agda. I am from Eastern Samar. I hold a bachelor's degree in elementary education from a regional accredited institution. I also have a master's degree in education, majoring in early childhood education from a regional accredited institution as well. Currently, I'm finishing my doctoral degree. I already have 55 hours of doctoral degree majoring in early childhood education in a regionally accredited institution. To be specific, it's from Cebu Normal University. I have been teaching for 8 years, 4 years of which were spent teaching kindergarten and 5th grade science at Andres Bonifacio Integrated School. And it's in Mandaluyong. And the past 4 years, I've been a teacher in 11th and 12th grade, teaching earth and life science here in our province, Eastern Samar. I am a dedicated and passionate teacher who strives to create an inclusive learning environment where every child can be successful. I have achieved this by implementing effective teaching strategies and integrating technology to adapt to the needs of the 21st century learners. I want to teach in the US because I want to challenge myself as to how far I can go with my teaching and teaching experiences. Aside from experiencing new culture, that's the very first thing that I want to the main reason I wanted really to challenge myself, because I've been to a diverse a range of learners with my 8 years of teaching, and I believe that US will have a great impact to my teaching career. That's all, Dr. Merlina. Thank you very much.
I can tell, Jeneline, that you have all that education. You're like a professional student like me. 8 years you're working on your doctorate. You said 55 hours. How many hours do you have your doctorate?
Actually, Doc, I shifted from Doctor of Education, major in educational management. I took 6 hours, and then I transferred to Cebu Normal University because I want to be vertically aligned with my master's degree, which is early childhood education. And Cebu Normal University is the closest university to my place. So that's what happened. I actually waiting for my schedule for my comprehensive exam this June. So hopefully I pass and continue.
By the way, why do you want to have a doctorate in early childhood? Are there more to do? I mean, you know, when I got my doctorate, I was thinking I want to go into administration, and I was already an administrator at that time, but that's my goal, was to, in order to become a better administrator. So do you have the same goal? Like you want to become a better early childhood education person?
I want to be a better educator. My program now is Doctor of Education, which is a practitioner. I'm not taking a Doctor of Philosophy. I'm a Doctor of Education, but in early childhood, which is, I think, the best option for me, because I want really to understand and implement different kinds of curriculums for early childhood. That's my main goal. Not to be an administrator. I want to teach. I want to be in the classroom.
Why you switched? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's good that you did think about that, because it's always good to like be thinking about what happens at the end. I have this degree, then what?
Yeah.
Because I see that a lot with my students in the graduate school, that I said, so you're taking this degree, why? Just because I want to get my degree. Do you not have a better goal than that? How to students, for example, or how to improve yourself, maybe. So anyway, it looks like you thought about this. So I'm proud of you, and I want to wish you the best on that program. And
thank you very much.
You're very fluent. Look at me. Okay, good job, Jeneline. And for 8 years,
thank you.
Impressive that you have done so much in your 8 years. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next.
Hi, good morning, Doc.
We have
Mina. Okay.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Doc Merlina, to Miss Giselle, good morning. I am Vina Vivian Tan from Zamboanga del Sur, Philippines, a graduate of Bachelor in Elementary Education, major in SPED, currently taking up my master's degree in special education. I am a first grade teacher for 5 years in a public school, and at the same time, a receiving teacher for kids with special needs who came from the resource class to my mainstream class. My philosophy in teaching is that as a teacher, my goal is to create a learning environment that accepts and values all students, regardless of their status and their abilities. And I've been a journalism coach for 5 years and a storytelling coach for kids who join storytelling contest. I want to work abroad, and experience diverse working cultures and enjoy the opportunity of being exposed to a multicultural environment that I know will enhance my capabilities, on which I can share back my learnings and knowledge to the students. That would be all, ma'am. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Short and sweet, Vina, but very, very smooth and very concise. So, yeah, tell me about storytelling, a judge. I mean, what did you say? Storytelling coach?
Storytelling contest. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We have here we have here a festival of talents, and for learners grades 3 to 6, they are encouraged to join storytelling contest.
Nice. So what kind of topic are they talking about? Are they creating stories, or is it based on history, or what?
Sometimes fairy tales, or it depends. It depends on the coach on what story that she will give to the students.
What do you usually give yours?
The last piece I give is about the story Rumpelstiltskin.
Okay. And what kind of rubric do they want then?
The fluency, the memorization, and the expressions of the kids on how they deliver it.
Good job. So expressions that okay. Well, I'm always learning here, and that you are teaching me something today. So thank you, because I've always
likewise
that, because one of the leg of communication is your speaking and listening part, and a lot of the teachers are usually just addressing the reading and the writing. And so I think this is a good way to show the presentation part and to address the speaking and listening part, don't you think? So I think that's why I took notes of it. That's my favorite part that you have shared, because that is something unique that I've never heard of. Okay, so you make sure in your interview you say that. And in fact, when you say that, say, for example, my students competed in this, and these are how they were judged. So you can give them specifics on that, because I think they'll eat it up. They like it because we don't have that here. Okay, and so 5 years. So you have you're working on your SPED masters. How many hours do you have now?
Currently 9 units, ma'am. I wasn't able to compute it in your hours.
No, just change the hours to units.
Okay.
Yeah.
9.
On units.
Sorry.
Yeah. You just change
9.
You don't convert anything. You just change. That's just how they know it here.
Okay.
If you say units, they said what? Like we call it hours here.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Good clarification. You have any question for me? Because I think you are. I'm gonna put triple star on yours. Okay.
None so far.
Yeah. So you don't have any question. All right. Got it. Thank you. Good job. Thanks for sharing about the storytelling.
Thank you.
All right, next. Thanks. Next is who? Vina, and I cannot read my writings. Rowena, and then Eileen.
Rowena.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Yes.
Good morning, Doc Marlena.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ma'am Giselle. Good morning, Ma'am Joanne. Okay. By the way, ma'am, I'm Rowena A. Mowen. Okay, I'm a secondary licensed teacher, and I have my bachelor's in secondary education and a major in biology, and I also have master's degree in science education, major in general science, and I have also 18 hours in elementary education, and I am handling science subjects and practical research subjects. I have taught a junior high school and senior high school. I am also a research coach and a research coordinator here in my school. As for my teaching philosophies, first I have to ensure that my students will cater the diverse needs of my students. Okay, just every students have their own talents and skills, so we have to develop them, to help them, to nurture them. And second, I am using also technology in my classroom. I am using virtual simulations like PET, interactive simulations in my science classes, allowing my science to do virtual simulations, conducting virtual experiments and do collaborations with their classmates. And furthermore, I'm also ensuring that my classrooms is a positive classroom, or they have a positive environment, so that the students will feel more comfortable and they can able to express their thoughts and ideas, and they can able to have their discussions, and they can develop their critical thinking. So as for my reasons, ma'am, I want to access professional development and to improve my professional skills as well as my teaching skills. and I want to also pursue my doctorate degree. And I also want to learn more on the cultural exchange program. That's all, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you. Look like you really know you really know your goal. You really know what you're gonna go with your life. That's awesome. That's very impressive.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. So you really like science, huh? How do you say science?
Yes, ma'am.
Say the word.
Science.
No,
Science.
yeah, you don't say science.
Science.
You say science.
Science.
Yeah, there
Yes,
you go.
ma'am.
Science. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, make sure you say that because they're gonna say, "What did you say? Science?" No, science. Okay.
Science. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, you got research, and that's good that you use virtual lab. How do your kids like the virtual lab? Do they like it?
Okay, using the PET interactive simulations.
Yes. Those are good, right? I've not really personally used it myself, but I have recommended that because science teachers have told me that they like it. But I have
Yes,
not.
ma'am.
I was a science teacher.
In chemistry and in physics, ma'am.
Okay. So, and I think that's a really good solution for schools that do not have the money to buy to really equip your science lab because it's very expensive.
Yes, ma'am.
Equip them with the proper, the proper tools, right? Especially like the safety
Yes,
shower itself is very expensive. Anyway,
yes, ma'am.
Okay, so no question, Rowena. We're gonna go on to the next one.
No, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Oh, awesome job. Okay. Next, who is it? Giselle. It looks like Eileen.
It's Eileen, Doc.
Yep, Eileen.
Eileen Saison.
Okay, there you go.
Yes, Doc.
Thank you, Marna. Okay.
Good morning, Doc Merlina and Miss Giselle. And everyone, good morning. Since it's past 12 already. Thank you for this opportunity, Doc. I've just only seen this ad in the FB, and it's my luck that you have emailed me back, Doc. So thank you so much. My name is Eileen Saison. I have a 24 fruitful years teaching experience in the public school and 1 year in the private school. I have been teaching kindergarten, grade 2, grade 4, grade 6, and currently I am teaching grade 5 inclusive classroom. I have been a co-trainer in our school choir, and I am also a demonstrator teacher in the district and in the division, and I am also a school clinic teacher for 10 years. And from my educational background.
School what? Counselor?
Yes, ma'am. I am a school clinic teacher.
Clinic teacher. What does that mean?
Yes. Since here in the Philippines, Doc, we cannot afford to hire a nurse in the so they are appointing only teachers who can assist there are serve as a school clinic teacher.
So when you
they make use
when you interview, make sure you explain that, okay? You said
Yes,
as a clinic teacher, that means it's equivalent in the US as your nurse, your school nurse, because we can't afford it.
Yes, Doc. And I'm also a teacher counselor during the pandemic time. I serve as a teacher counselor in the vaccination site.
Right. Okay, continue and give me a philosophy because we have to cut this short.
Yeah.
Because
for my educational background, I am a graduate in Bachelor in Elementary Education, and I have also I graduated in special education in diploma in special education last year, and then I proceed with my master's degree, major in special education also. For my philosophy in teaching, I want to build a strong relationship with my students where they feel supportive and motivated to reach their highest or reach to their full potential. And then because I believe that every student is capable in learning, so only if you have given them the right tool in learning. So that's why I use in the classroom, I use a differentiated instruction to cater my students' unique needs and varied learning styles. So it may be individual or it may be collaborative in my classroom. And for my professional growth, I ensure that I am updated with my educational trends and strategies by attending seminars and workshops. So the reason why I want to teach in US because for some reasons. The first one is professional growth because as you can see, teaching in US is a great opportunity for us to learn diverse educational environment. And another thing is the cultural exchange so that I may be able to learn different cultures from my students, from my co-teachers, as well as I can also share my my culture in the Philippines, like the sharing our festivals, our foods, our dances, so that my students will also aware of our culture. And the last one is I want to have a great impact also on their lives. So I want, as a teacher, I want to contribute something in their education. Um, for them to become successful individual in the future. So by contributing in their education and help them to reach in their full potential. That's all, Doc, and thank you.
You said a lot, but it's listy, okay? Don't remember what I said earlier. Do not be listy. You have to break it down with an example, okay? So, but other than that, very informative. You have lots of leadership thing, looks like 24 years of experience. It's so funny because you said K2, 4, 6. I thought you were gonna say 8th grade, and you said I'm 5th grade. So, oh, it went to even. It went to odd. I was looking at patterns. I love that you said about cultural exchange. That's awesome. You remember I said the US, okay? Not just US. And a very minor thing is about preposition. You said relationship to students is relationship with students. Very easy error because I've done that. My husband had to correct it. So, but anyway, other than that, fantastic job. Okay, last one. I'm gonna have to make
Thank you, Doc.
You're gonna have to come attend in 2 weeks because if you're gonna be the next ones because I'm hungry. I need to stop. Last one.
Thank you, Doc.
I think it's Ma'am Lalaine, Doc.
Okay,
Alcoseba.
Lalaine, you're the last but not least. Do we have her? Did we lose them? We lost like 44 people already went to bed. Of course you went to bed.
I think she's here, Doc.
Even in bed, Doc, we're still listening.
Oh, that's nice. Okay, Diana, it's nice that you attended, girl. I see you.
I'm always, Doc.
Diana.
I'm worried. I sent you an email because at first I wasn't able to join because it
was full.
Limit already.
Yeah, I'm gonna check on my Zoom, make sure that it has a limit of more than 100 because I've never tested that limit because we've never reached that. So this is a record number today. 100 or more participants that wanted to come in. Okay, next, Lalaine. Is Lalaine still here? She's asleep.
Yes, Ma'am Marlena. Good morning, Ma'am Diane.
Okay.
I am Lalaine P. Arcoseba, 37 years old, single. I completed my bachelor's degree in Leyte Normal University, and after I completed my degree, I was hired as a substitute teacher consecutively for 4 years while I'm waiting for my permanency. And then I handled grade 1 pupils, grade 2, 3, and 4. And currently, I'm already a permanent teacher and handling grade 2 pupils for 12 years. And my philosophy is that every children should be a reader. It is very important for me, for all my learners to be a reader. I have 37 pupils. Currently, I have one autistic, the other one is academically excel in my class. So I have 3 languages that I use in my teaching. I use English, Tagalog, and our dialect, Waray-Waray, because I have pupils transfers from Manila, and then I also have English speakers in my class. So I will share the reality, what is happening in a classroom. So I give priority to the autistic one. She is academical excel also. And what I did is to translate my language into English, because that's what the doctor tells me to do, because that pupil uses English as her language. And also in my classroom, I use peer tutoring for those pupils who are very slow in reading, and I paired it with the pupil who is fast and can comprehend stories. And also I group my pupils into 4 groups. The other group, it is in writing, listening, speaking, and the other one is those who are really struggling in class, whom I handle with. For those who were not able to attend classes because of personal reasons like economic status, I usually visit them in their houses, like what we call a home visitation, where I bring my modules that is suitable in their ability, in their stage of learning, and then I spend time for them.
Stop there now. You need to tell me why you want to come to the US, because you already took too much.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry.
I am very eager to teach in US because I want to have a wealthy experiences, knowledge, and I want to explore the education system in US, so I will be able to adopt and apply it in my teaching and learning process, may it be in the US or in the Philippines in the future. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Application. Okay. Now remember, guys, if you are given 2 minutes to talk, try to stick with that. If you have a clock there, if you have a phone, you may want to try to set the timer, because you are, especially if you're going to be interviewed with 10 other people and you're having those folks wait for you. And so make sure that I mean, I'm not just talking to you, Elaine, I'm talking to everybody, that
Yes,
try
ma'am.
to kind of respect their time, okay? And I hate it when I have to stop somebody, because I really feel like I'm being rude and I didn't mean to be rude. And so anyway, but you did great. You did a very detailed job of sharing what you've done. You may not want to include your how old you are, and also that you're single. Those are personal data that you do not need to share. You do not need to create biases. Okay. So don't put
Yes, ma'am.
data even in your resume, or even when you talk to them. If they really ask you later at the end, I guess you have to answer it. But those are illegal questions anyway. They should not.
Okay.
Should just all be about school. And 37 students, that's a lot. And
Yes, ma'am.
yeah, I love that you did mention about specific things about peer tutoring and how it looked like in your classroom and so on. So your reason to come to the US are very, very good intention, because exploring the educational system and so on. That's about learning. So so cool job. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
So how do you think you can improve from that? I want to self-reflect with you. What is something that you can improve for the actual interview?
Actually, I wanted to have a question, because I have been handling pupils with disability for almost 6 years, and if I am eligible to handle SPED classes there in US, it would be a grace for me, a blessing for me, because I am eager.
You didn't answer my question though. Make sure that when you are being asked a question, you don't tell me another statement. You have to answer it, because my question,
Yes, ma'am.
let's reflect together that if you are given an opportunity to actually interview with the real administrator, what will you change? What will you need to improve? That's my question. But I will answer your question in a minute. Go ahead. Will you improve?
I think I have to improve the way I create or use my grammar and to arrange the thoughts that I'm going to tell, because now I am trying my best to be systematic in all my explanations.
Okay.
And I wanted to learn more and to be corrected.
Okay, good correction, good reflection, by the way, because all of us, anyway, when we first started, we can use that. We can use the, be aware of your grammar. You know how you can fix that is practice in front of the mirror and practice in front of your family and be timing yourself. Time yourself 2 minutes. So if you talk too much, that's too much. Okay, so time yourself 2 minutes, talk to the mirror several times or in front of.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Actually, ma'am, I have an IELTS result. An average of band score of 6.5.
What does that mean? Because I don't know.
That's International English Testing.
Oh.
English Language Test, IELTS.
Okay. I didn't know.
If I'm not mistaken, Doc, that's for the British curriculum.
Oh, okay.
For the US is TOEFL, and for them it's the IELTS.
And what is that?
Yeah, okay.
How is it out 10? Is it out 10, Myrna?
What?
6.5 out of 10 for her. What is that? What is
yes, Doc. Yeah. It's the same, the same components. They also have reading comprehension, speaking, and all.
Well, thank you for telling me, because I didn't have any clue. You taught me something today. Okay, so those are good reflections. So now, in fact, everyone, after talking to someone, always reflect, what could I have done differently? And I do this all the time. What could I have done differently? How could I have improved? And some of the things that I have noticed today, to summarize this thing, is the US, the Philippines, do not say your personal data. Stick with the time, 2 minutes, and give examples. I think I've said that so many times. Give examples. All right. Don't just make me a list. This is not a grocery thing. We're not going grocery shopping. We are going to be telling them what kind of teacher you are. So if the interviewer is a fly in the wall, what would they see? What kind of teacher are you? Okay. If you come to my classroom, you might think I am a very collaborative, because my students are in groups and I allow them choices and allow them to, make sure that they have discourse with their peers, and then they present in front of their peers. While they're presenting, I'm having the audience, their peers, to give a little comment using a piece of paper. And so when they get done, they will give it to the presenter, so they will have the written feedback. Well, at the same time, it helps the audience to be good listener. So you're having them give feedback and receive feedback at the same time for the presenters. So you can, because if you tell me that, then I could actually picture, oh, why? That's amazing, teacher. This teacher is having the kids be the one that are learning. You're not really you're the guide on the side. You're being a facilitator, not a sage on stage. You're allowing your kids to act like they do in real life or real jobs. In real jobs, they are doing it on their own. They're solving problems on their own. And that's what we should emulate in the classroom, is that they may be a problem to solve. Let's solve it. You can solve it together. I don't have to hold your hand as a teacher, hold each one's hand and solve it. You have to allow them to solve it. And so the more that you do that in your classroom, then the better it is for you and the kids, because they're going to come out of your classroom, learning so much. And the more that you bring in things from the classroom, like, for example, with me, science, we're doing weather. Oh, let me bring some meteorologist here as my speaker. Let me talk about, I bring in, what does this look like in real life? Okay, if we're talking about, recipes, okay, let's cook something here in class. And all this, because these things I always have to be okay by the principal. But I always think about, what does this look like in real life? So those examples that you're going to be citing, make sure it is based on real life, okay? Because the classroom should not be a imaginary world. It should be a reflection of real life, right? I'm sure you agree with me. And but thank you so much for that, all the learning, I've learned so much myself. And I always I'm always thankful for that, because I think everybody that we meet in life are people that are sent by God to us in order to influence us, okay, in order to help us some. So I'm gonna have to end it with everybody here, but I want West Memphis 13 to stay, because I want to talk to you real quick. Okay, so I'm gonna say goodbye to everyone. Maria, Mary Lovely, you're gonna be staying, right?
Thank you, Doc.
Doc Marlena.
Bye-bye.
Doc Marlena, just a correction.
Thank
I
you,
was
Doc.
corrected by Joel. For
Huh?
IELTS, the highest is 9.
9. Okay.
For IELTS, the highest is 9.
Okay, so 6.5 is not bad at all out of 9. Not bad. It's a good.
I got 7 in listening, and the rest is 6.
An awesome one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Bye, Mary Ann.
God
Bye-bye.
bless everyone.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc.
Yep. And Mary,
Doc. Thank you.
Joy Fuentes was here. I'm sorry I didn't get to talk to you. Some of you, I really saw your name and I recognized it. I'm sorry I didn't have time to be able to talk to you, but please watch our videos. And also in 2 weeks, we're going to have it again. I always
Ay, sayang cha.
Mary Ann, if you really want to talk to me, just email me and I would make a special Zoom with you. You really.
Wow.
Oh, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
But really, I'm offering this for people with interviews. If you have interview and you really are panicking because this is your first interview, I really want to offer that. If you want to, please practice with me. Or you can just Google, look on my web in the YouTube, and there's the Josephine videos that I posted, and that is a practice with me. A candidate practicing with me, and I gave comments. So that's something that you could watch anytime you want. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna be wanting just the Memphis folks to stay. The other 40 people need to leave, please. So, Jean,
Okay, thank you, Doc. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc.
Thank you guys. Bye-bye. Thank you for your
To
time.
you, ma'am.
Suzette, I see Suzette, Kelly, Marlon, Monica.
Bye,
ma'am. Guys.
Hello, Reniel. Mom, do you have a group chat? Then can you add me, mom?
The group chat did led by Mike. I always sometimes if I have time I would go in there. So yeah,
Okay,
just the one. Yeah, ITSA. That's mine anyway, and Mike is running it for me. So yeah.
Bye, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, Catherine.
Goodbye, mom. Thank you.
Yes.
We learned so much.
Thank you. Just too much now because we need to rest. Right? Our brain is getting to rest. Renelle, Connie, bye-bye. Okay, Mary Ann, bye-bye. Marissa, love that name. Okay, Joel's need to stay. Genevieve, you might want to go, please. And Catherine, Panoy, David. Sorry, hope to talk to you next time, David. Okay, Evelyn, Daisy, Connie, go. Fran is here, my cousin. Okay, there you go. Yeah, Camille, bye-bye.
Email, ma'am.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Mr. David. Okay, so Angelica, nice picture there, Angelica. Okay, so we are now down to still 25. I have 12 people, a dozen people to kick out. We'll kick out kindly. So, Honey, Jamar, I think some of you I will see in so those folks that stayed, I bet I've heard, I put stars in it. I might be talking to Miss Stacy about it. So you should be hearing from me soon because I'm gonna put it together. So I was sent invitation. So okay. Honey's still here. Jamar's still here. Can I do that? I think the host, if you give me the host again, Giselle, I can do that, or you can do that. Turn them off. Kick them out. Kick out Kathleen. I'm sorry. Okay, Honey Lynn, we need to kick her out. Kindly. Suzette, Marlon, Monica. We'll talk to you in 2 weeks, I hope. So Genevieve, okay, Genevieve's gonna get out too. Camille will get out. Suzette will get out, I hope. Okay. Jean. So now we're down to 17. So there's still about a few more. So Joan needs to get out. Okay. Suzette, get out. Camille, please get out. Genevieve, Angelica, please get out. Sorry, I will see you in 2 weeks. But I've got to talk to these 13 people from West Memphis. Okay, so we have 15 right now. There should be one more extra.
Actually, Doc Marlena, I was trying to check. Elmer is not here. Erwin also is not here.
Okay, so there should be more people to kick out.
Just few from West Memphis group are here, so there's more to go.
Yeah, so Monica needs to go, Kathleen needs to go, and Honey Lynn needs to go. Marlon needs to go. Okay. All right, so there's still a few, 5 people there that I'm seeing.
I'm moving them, Doc.
Yeah, Giselle, you're doing that. Good, thank you. Okay. Yeah. They may have gone to sleep. I left their computer. That could be the thing. I do that a lot. So anyway, so Joan, Marlon, Monica, and Honey are still here.
There's a lot today, Doc.
I'll see you in 2 weeks, Joan.
Ay, my goodness, I think.
Good night. Or good morning.
Okay,
yeah, Marlon, and then Monica and Honey. I'm trying to meet with the folks that have been hired by West Memphis. So if you have not been hired by West Memphis, please leave kindly. So Joan needs to leave. Bye-bye. Monica, bye-bye.
Oh, I had difficulty in removing them.
Really? I need to ask them to make sure that you leave, please. Okay.
Yeah, she left now, Doc. She left now.
Okay, Joan needs to leave then too, and Honey.
Yeah. Okay. I think it's already, yeah.
No, there's still Honey.
Honey, yeah. This one.
Okay, so this is us. Okay, this is us, right? You made the check. Okay, so there's 9 of us, which means that there's 8 only. So 5 of us are missing. Who is missing? West Memphis.
Erwin, Benevic, Elmer, Ma'am Pinky. Am I correct? Yeah. Erwin, Benevic, Ma'am Pinky. Joel is included in the count, Doc.
Yeah.
Joel and I.
I forgot. Yeah, there's 2 of you. 2 for 1. Okay, I just want to talk to you to let you know that I have been the stalker of LCA folks. I mean, I pretty much send them an email every 3 days, because this is what happened. I found out from Mike that Brinkley, which I helped later after you guys already got their LCA, already received it. So something is wrong. I'm going to have to talk to Kendrick about let me turn off this. We don't have to. We need